du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Order of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government Bills Commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-38, an act to amend the Indian Act, new registration entitlements.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Bibeau for Ms. Haidu, seconded by Ms. Suds, moves that Bill C-38, an act to amend the Indian Act, new registration entitlements, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister to Indigenous Services. You have the floor.
Speaker. Kwekwe, Udluku, Tanzi, hello, and bonjour. I am honored to be speaking today in Canada's Parliament, situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people, on an incredibly important bill on behalf of the Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services Canada as her Parliamentary Secretary. I also represent the people of Fredericton, on unceded Wolastoq-Giawid territory, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river, as well as my family, my husband, and my 2 children, who are also Wolastoq-Giawid and who are status Indians under the Indian Act. For over a century, Canada passed laws and introduced policy with the express goal of expropriating land using tools that ripped apart families and attempted to destroy culture, language, tradition, and identity. The Indian Act essentially reduced First Nations identity to status, and then used this status to strip away access to what most would consider the bare necessities. Sex-based and other forms of discrimination were used to segregate and assimilate, with the ultimate goal of removing Indigenous identity or ending the Indian problem. Today, I am speaking directly to the descendants and elders of those wronged. Despite these repeated and oppressive measures, they persisted. They were resilient, Mr. Speaker. They retained their culture and language. Identity is not a status the government gives, but a way of life and a feeling of love and belonging. It is a way of seeing the world. Mr. Speaker, it is thus fitting that we rise today to discuss an incredibly important bill that will advance reconciliation and do what is necessary to fix some of what was broken right here in this place through previous pieces of legislation. I am incredibly honored to have the opportunity to be a part of this process. To peel back the layers of our colonial history, to right the wrongs, is exactly why I ran for federal politics. I ran for my kids in their home community of Willamugaduk, a good place to fish. I ran for my students, for justice at Ajinamikwazin Gila, for Desiree, Brianna, Katera, Crystal, Amber, Bailey, and so many more. I ran for my former boss, Bob Atwin, at First Nation Education Initiative. I ran for Belitchk, I ran for Sidansisk, for all Wabanaki nations. Sometimes this place feels very far away from home, but I feel them with me today in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from our partners, and we have heard from Canadians. Identity is something that one cannot give or take, but something inherently ours. We are putting the power to determine this identity back in the hands of those who should have always had the power over it. The bill before us today will make important progress by addressing several major inequities in the Indian Act, and by responding to long-standing concerns raised directly by First Nations about the registration and band membership provisions of the Act. More specifically, this bill proposes to address 4 key issues. Firstly, it will address the legacy impacts of enfranchisement and help more First Nations regain their status. Secondly, it would return autonomy to registered First Nations by allowing them to take their name off the Indian Register. Thirdly, it would recognize the rights of all First Nations individuals to their natal band membership, ensuring women can maintain critical connections to their home communities. And finally, it would eliminate stigmatizing language about First Nations persons with a disability that is currently a part of the Indian Act. If passed, this bill will help return agency to First Nations families that lost their status in this colonial process called enfranchisement. Mr. Speaker, the Minister promised to address these long-standing issues, and in December of 2022, she introduced this bill and followed through on that promise. The legislators of the past put these harmful policies in place, setting in motion the pain that so many families still feel today. But we are the legislators of a new time, one that reflects an honesty of history and a true commitment to a Canada that lives up to the promises and commitments our predecessors made in treaties and other agreements. Reconciliation is a process. It requires a deep collective commitment to the truth and to action. Although the Indian Act itself is an inherent problem, and partners across this land agree it is a tool of colonialism, many Indigenous peoples, leaders, and nations see those approaches to ending this tool of oppression that it requires steady, honest transfer of control over the delivery of programs and services back to First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. This proposed legislation is a step in the right direction. It addresses the most foundational element of reconciliation, and that, Mr. Speaker, is self-determination. The people at home might be asking, why are we proposing these changes at all? Why can't we just get rid of the Indian Act with its discriminatory title altogether? The Indian Act is archaic. It is paternalistic. It is rooted in racism, and Canada must continue to work towards its end. This work is in fact a major part of the mandate for the Minister of Indigenous Services. The last number of years, we've engaged extensively with First Nations on the best ways to move away from the Indian Act and protect the rights of people at the same time. We've made significant progress in developing successful alternatives to the Indian Act for First Nations in relation to land management. We will continue to work with partners to transfer control and stand up self-determined policies and programs. In the meantime, thousands of First Nations people continue to face discrimination under the Indian Act. The amendments we're proposing in this bill reflect policy First Nations have been calling for on the federal government to do so for many years. Past amendments have not addressed these wrongs. In 2012, through a formal exploratory process, options for reform were studied with First Nations and Indigenous partners who represent non-status First Nations. The study concluded that Canada should work with First Nations to proactively address the issues with registration and membership under the Indian Act. In 2018 and 2019, the same themes arose during discussions with more representatives from 200 First Nations who told us that Canada must address these issues and fix inequities in registration and citizenship. What's more, First Nations and Indigenous partners who represent non-status First Nations have told us that addressing the existing issues with the Indian Act must happen before communities can regain full control and jurisdiction over membership, registration, and citizenship. In other words, partners told us that passing this bill is a necessary step on our path towards restoring full control of membership and community function to Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is not proposed unilaterally by the federal government. The solutions proposed in this legislation represent amendments to the Act that Indigenous peoples have told us are necessary to move past the Act and reclaim their sovereignty from colonial systems. The first and most significant amendment we are proposing to this bill addresses the discrimination caused by a family history of enfranchisement. Members will recall that enfranchisement was a policy used with the express purpose to eradicate Indigenous culture and assimilate First Nations people. Just a few examples will give all Canadians a better idea of how enfranchisement was used to segregate and tear First Nation families apart. First Nations members lost entitlement to registration and membership in their home communities if they wanted to vote in Canadian elections, if they wanted to own land, if they wanted to serve in the Canadian military, marry a non-First Nations person, or keep their children out of residential schools. This last mention should highlight for all just how painful this legacy has been for some. For some, enfranchisement was involuntary and happened when First Nations achieved professional status, like becoming a doctor or a lawyer. For others, it was voluntary, by application, which was severing talented professionals from their heritage. Mr. Speaker, I use the word voluntary reluctantly, as this was not a real choice. Imagine having to choose between keeping your connection to your community and protecting your children from residential institutions. It's an impossible decision, but it's one the Government of Canada forced many First Nations parents to make. So with these false choices, it's no wonder that so many people forfeited their status. I've heard many stories from parents who gave up their status without a second thought to spare their children from the same unthinkable traumas and abuse they faced at residential institutions. With her permission, I can share the story of Catherine Fournier, who is here with us today. The story is of her grandfather, Maurice Sanderson, a residential school survivor from Paine Mutang First Nation in Manitoba. Because of provisions in the Indian Act, he wasn't able to vote or own property unless he enfranchised, meaning he had to give up his right to Indian Act status. In 1922, Maurice made what Catherine describes as a strange and difficult choice. He applied to enfranchise in order to have the same basic rights as other Canadian citizens. As a result, his wife and children were automatically enfranchised as well. Catherine put it this way: he made a very difficult choice that shouldn't have been imposed on him in the first place. Catherine's grandfather and grandmother's assimilation under the policy of enfranchisement may have provided them with some of the rights of Canadian citizenship. But today, generations later, the ripple effects of that policy continue to have negative impacts. The way historic policy erased connection to ancestry and culture continue to be felt. The process of enfranchisement was a deliberate effort by the federal government to colonize and to decrease the numbers of Indigenous peoples who had rights. Following a pattern of coercion and deception, this proposed legislation continues on Canada's journey to address and amend those decisions of the past that have hurt so many families. Over the last few decades, the government has been trying to reverse these policies by restoring status to First Nations who lost it. In 1985, the government acknowledged that enfranchisement was a discriminatory policy, and it was removed from the Indian Act with the introduction of Bill C-31, an act to amend the Indian Act. At this point, people who had been enfranchised could reclaim their status. The inequity we seek to remedy today is the inability for those with a family history of enfranchisement to transmit status to descendants in the same way those without a history of enfranchisement are able to. Mr. Speaker, I ask the honourable members here today, should the family members and descendants of these people continue to be penalized? It's clear that enfranchisement is discriminatory, and we need to eliminate all of its residual impacts. To do so, it is proposed that Sections 6.1d and 6.1e of the Indian Act be repealed. Individuals currently registered under these categories will have their registration category amended to a 6.1a1 if they were the individual who was enfranchised, or A3 if they were the child or descendant of the individual who was enfranchised. The amendment on enfranchisement addresses the concerns brought forward by the Nicholas civil action lawsuit, and it will fulfill the recommendations on this issue heard during previous broad engagements. I am proud to acknowledge that Ms. Mary Sandra Lovelace Nicholas is Willis Togawyag from Tobic Ngutkuk Nation. We are grateful for her courage and trailblazing as a fellow New Brunswicker. The second inequity addressed by Bill C-38, Mr. Speaker, concerns the ability for individuals to remove their names from the Indian Register. The Indian Register is the official record of people registered under the Indian Act in Canada. It's maintained and managed by the Indian Registrar, part of Indigenous Services Canada, and exists to determine who is registered under the Act and entitled to programs and funding across federal and provincial governments. For example, on-reserve housing, non-insured health benefits, education, or tax exemptions. But there is a major gap in the authorities of the registrar. While they can add names to the Indian Register, they have no formal legal authority to remove the names of registered individuals, even when the individuals request deregistration. This is an issue that First Nations have called on Canada to address, and today, with this, we are doing just that. For some, deregistration is a matter of having control over their own identity. For others, it's a barrier to gaining membership to other Indigenous groups. This has prevented a number of people from accessing important services and benefits through a group they wish to identify with, that they should be entitled to. To fix this issue, this legislation will provide individuals with the right and ability to have their names removed from the Indian Register. That said, individuals who deregister will still be eligible to re-register, and their decision to deregister will have no impact on their or their descendants' entitlement under the Indian Act. This means the children of deregistered individuals would still be entitled to status. It can only be done at the request of the individual, and protections will be made to ensure it is not used with malintent. In the spirit of reconciliation, the implementation of this amendment will be co-developed with Indigenous partners to ensure that the needs of all impacted groups are well served. Bill C-38 also addresses a sex-based inequity related to band membership provisions. Bill S-3 received royal assent in 2017 and eliminated known sex-based inequities in the registration provisions of the Indian Act. Because of the limited scope of that mandate, however, we were not able to address these sex-based inequities in band membership. This inequity arises from the fact that until 1985, First Nations women who married First Nations men from a different nation were automatically transferred to their husband's band list. While these women did not lose their entitlement to registration, they did lose connection and membership in their natal band, along with any associated treaty rights, benefits, settlements, and services. These women were automatically disconnected from their home communities, even if and when they may have wanted to restore their social and cultural connection to their natal band. The bill we are proposing today will amend the Indian Act to allow First Nations women to seek reaffiliation and membership with their natal bands. This is significant. Supporting and empowering Indigenous women is key to supporting Indigenous communities, tradition, language, and culture as a whole. The final amendment in Bill C-38 addresses some outdated and offensive language that still remains in the Indian Act today. The Act refers to mentally incompetent Indian. It's obvious that this term is outdated, offensive, and stigmatizing. Bill C-38 would replace this term with the updated term dependent adult. This amendment is a logical step forward and would align the Indian Act with developments in capacity and guardianship law over the last 50 years. In summary, Mr. Speaker, amendments proposed in this legislation would fix 4 long-standing issues in registration and membership under the Indian Act relating to enfranchisement, individual deregistration, natal band membership, and some outdated and offensive language in the Indian Act. If all enfranchisement issues are addressed, approximately 3,500 people could be newly eligible for registration with these amendments. These proposed changes represent significant and meaningful action to the affected people and their families. They also demonstrate to Indigenous peoples a steady and forward movement by Canada to make amends to the many ways colonial laws and actions intentionally harmed them and their communities. Even with these proposed changes, there is still much more work to do. Ahead of us, continue to explore how to move forward on this deeply personal issue. Indigenous identity must be determined by Indigenous individuals, full stop. Mr. Speaker, it's our responsibility to proactively right historic wrongs and make the changes asked of us by First Nations and Indigenous partners who represent non-status First Nations. This bill would right some of those wrongs. In this way, working together in good faith, that we will advance reconciliation and support a renewed relationship between Canada and First Nations, one not marred by the paternalism and control of the Indian Act, but one based on rights, respect, cooperation, and true partnership. Wiliwin, thank you, and merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest. I mean, the term enfranchisement meant the destruction of Indigenous identity. To be enfranchised meant your inability to leave the reserve, your inability to vote, your inability to marry who you loved, your inability even to fight to defend Canada, because the Canadian government in the First World War did not want to allow Indigenous soldiers because they didn't want to recognize them as citizens with rights. So we have a long way to go in dealing with the destruction that was done, and I appreciate my honourable colleague for bringing this bill forward, although this bill has been sitting on the back water for some time now. But the issue goes back to, at the end of the day, those who are trying to reestablish their rights are still going through the Department of Indian Affairs. That's what it always was before. That's what I still call it. It is a department that is underfunded, that does not take this issue seriously. It's a bureaucratic red tape. So when my honourable colleague talks about Indigenous identity must be dealt with by Indigenous people, when are we actually going to see a bill that is about nation to nation, that is empowering the nation to make decisions about environmental protection, about growth, about who their band members are, because we're still going through the Department of Indian Affairs, and it is still a colonial system, and it is still a broken system.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Colleague, for that very important question. And you know, I struggle a lot, being in this place and talking about these things, because inevitably we are in a colonial structure, absolutely. And the Department of Indigenous Services Canada remains to be a part of that colonial structure. Being the Parliamentary Secretary now, I've made a commitment to doing all I can to improve service delivery, to improve that nation-to-nation relationship, to ensure that Indigenous voices are the ones that are guiding all that we do. There's extensive consultation that's happening. There's commitment from all parties, which is really, I think, momentous here in Canada to see that we have this consensus about moving forward and what it's going to take to truly achieve that reconciliation. And again, this is a piece, it's a series of legislation that we're working on to address these wrongs. And it's incumbent upon all of us to recognize kind of the history that led us here and, again, peel back those layers. And that's really what this process is all about. So I'm really proud to be part of C-38. Again, I highlighted some of the specific individuals who will be impacted by this in a very positive way. But once again, highlight, of course, there is so much more work to do, and I'm absolutely committed to doing that, and I know that the member is as well. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Deneste-Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her comments today on this bill. It is an important piece of legislation, but I would like to identify just some of the time frames that we see around Indigenous legislation. Let's go back a couple of years, and Bill C-29 was introduced on June 22nd, the very last day of the parliamentary session in June of 2022. Bill C-38, which we're talking about today, was introduced on December 14th, and now we're another 11 months down the road, and we're finally, starting to debate this very important piece of legislation. Bill C-53, introduced on June 21st, the very last day of the parliamentary session. In our office, we have kind of a running comment about how we address Indigenous legislation from this government. It's the last-minute Liberals. We're doing it at the last minute all the time. The parliamentary secretary identified that there's some issues that still need to be dealt with. She identified the second generation cut. There's several others that are identified in the engagement kit that was presented by this bill. Through you, Speaker, to the parliamentary secretary, if it was going to take 11 months for us to actually get this to the floor to debate, can she identify why maybe we didn't solve some of these other issues at the same time so we could speed up this process a bit and solve some of the challenges she identified?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I thank my honourable colleague. It's been a pleasure to work with him on the Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee, and again, I know he's deeply committed to seeing this work progress. And I don't disagree. I would love to see legislation around Indigenous rights recognition and frameworks of nation-to-nation building move a lot quicker in this place. And I've asked some of those same questions of my colleagues on this side of the House. And really, it's about doing it right. Reconciliation, again, is a process. There's deep commitments to consultation that have to happen. And it's not just presenting completed bills or completed plans of process. It's about really working together and co-developing. And so I get, a lot of reassurance from that we're doing this the right way. You can't rush pieces of legislation that deal with such foundational issues with regards to identity, for example. The second generation cutoff is brought up a lot. It actually impacts my family in particular, and so I'm deeply committed to seeing that legislation come forward as well. But again, it has to be done with the right intentions, with the right work and process in place, and consultation is absolutely key because it has to be an Indigenous-led process. But I'm absolutely committed to the urgency and moving forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Well said. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Je remercie ma collègue.
I thank my colleague for Fredericton for her speech and for her position regarding Bill C-38. We approve the principle of the bill, but I often feel uncomfortable when we have bills that are tabled regarding Indigenous peoples because everything that we do seems to be just a patch job. We're looking at something that is trying to fix something that had a basis that was fundamentally flawed. There's always a rather paternalist approach coming from the federal government when it comes to First Nations, and it makes me very uncomfortable. My question is, for once and for all, should we not just destroy the old Indian Act, establish real agreements with First Nations, but agreements that will be developed, that will be created on a nation-to-nation basis, and not with someone who's got a colonialist attitude, even though it's draped in virtue?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And je remercie mon collègue pour son important.
I thank my colleague for his important question.
And I've written so many papers in university about the need to dismantle the Indian Act, the need to throw it in the trash, the need to just completely move forward from it. And then, when you have conversations with the 634 Indigenous communities across the country, there really is no consensus. And I think that's the piece right now. We're trying to do it the right way. There would be a risk of losing services if we were to just kind of scrap it altogether. We want to make sure that no services are lost, that rights are enhanced. And so it's absolutely, it is unfortunately a patchwork process. And I would like to address, the paternalism, because it absolutely, again, we are in this highly colonial space right now. But I also feel that there are so many women's voices who are leading this discussion. I feel that, again, with that co-development, that nation-to-nation relationship, with those consultations, that we're doing this in a good faith way, in a better approach than I've seen from our federal government in a long time. And I'm proud to be a part of that process because I do feel we're changing things. I think we're really making a meaningful difference. But I'm committed to seeing that process seen through to the end, but done the right way. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I regret that I have to put this question to this parliamentary secretary. When we speak of reconciliation, and today we're debating a baby step in Bill C-38, and I'd add to the adjectives used by the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, the racist law. But on the actual day of statutory recognition of the Day for Reconciliation, October 2nd, was the day that the Liberal-owned which we now publicly owned, TMX Pipeline, began constructing open trench construction through the most sacred area of the Stak'omlups and First Nation in their area called Pipsel, which TMX had pledged they would not disturb. And it was on the day that we observe reconciliation. It made a mockery of reconciliation as it made a mockery of the Liberals' commitments to climate. I wonder if the parliamentary secretary discusses that with her caucus.
Then I have Secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I deeply thank my honourable colleague for that question. And I mean, she knows very well how I feel about the TMX pipeline. I've been very vocal about that with my colleagues and with my caucus, and exactly how it relates to reconciliation and our commitments on behalf of the environment and the original stewards of this land. And so I continue to have those difficult conversations and try to move forward with a path that would, I find, bring in those voices. And it is quite shocking to think that it was on the day of Truth and Reconciliation. And so I thank her for bringing that to the House's attention. And I look forward to having further conversation with her on how I can best continue, again, these difficult conversations within my own caucus. But, you know, again, I'm deeply committed to the environment and reconciliation because they absolutely go hand in hand. Thank you.
A very, very brief question from the member from Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And I'd like to build on some of the questions asked earlier. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could give us more information on how this will facilitate the phase-out of the Indian Act.
30 seconds to the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Again, it's a piece of legislation that's going to come in a series of other approaches in addressing the inequities in the Indian Act. The enfranchisement piece, I think, is really key. Again, getting rid of some of that inflammatory language and certainly restoring some of the rights that should be there. It's again, a process, and we're committed to doing the work that needs to be done to undo the wrongs, but this is an important step forward. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise in place today to speak to this very important piece of legislation. Before I get into the substance of my remarks, however, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask you for unanimous consent to split my time with the honourable member from Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to split his time with the member from Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River? As so ordered.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I'd like to thank all my colleagues for that support. I think that they'll find that my friend from Northern Saskatchewan has some very insightful and very important remarks to share. And despite his allegiance to the Rough Riders football team, he is quite a stand-up individual. So I look forward to hearing from what he has to say. And Mr. Speaker, of course, this is a very important piece of legislation, as I mentioned. It's an honor for me to rise today to speak to it, representing the riding of Kenora in northwestern Ontario, which covers 3 treaty territories, 3, 5, and 9, as well as the Métis homeland, and includes 42 First Nations. And this legislation we have truly, as has been mentioned in the previous remarks and in questions and comments, it will help set a series of Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Help set a series of fixes, but it's much more than just some of those simple patchwork and much more than just those fixes, because to me, it is about self-determination, and that's obviously a very important aspect of what we're talking about when it comes to reconciliation, is giving, I'd say, more control and more autonomy to First Nations and to First Nations individuals themselves. And when we speak of that, I want to highlight, before I get back to the substance of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight a key proposal that our Conservative leader has been championing when it comes to self-determination. That is a First Nation resource charge that would, in essence, allow First Nations to directly collect revenues from projects on their lands rather than seeing those revenues go to Ottawa and filtered back down through a bloated bureaucracy. It's a simple, common-sense approach, Mr. Speaker, to ensure First Nations have greater control over projects on their land and a greater portion of the direct revenues. This is one way we will support self-determination. Our consultations on this are ongoing, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to being able to say more about it in the near future. And I share that because, of course, it's one aspect of self-determination, and this bill also is. As it highlights 4 key issues and addresses 4 key issues in the Indian Act. this bill will ensure that individuals with a family history of enfranchisement, which of course is having to give up giving up Indian status, those with a family history of enfranchisement will be entitled to registration under the Act and can pass on that entitlement in the same way as others. Individuals will be allowed to deregister from the Indian Register if they chose to do so via an application for removal, Mr. Speaker, without the repercussions of enfranchisement. As well, in addition, is being made to Section 11 of the Act that allows married women to return to their natal band if they obtained status and were registered to their spouse's band before April of 1985. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, of these four key points that the bill addresses, it changes a lot of outdated and discriminatory language. We've heard some of that language here today. I don't wish to repeat it, but of course it's something that we're all, I think, happy to see is being addressed and being removed from the legislation. This is, of course, part of a series of changes in recent history, and we can go back to 1985, which I suppose is relatively recent, Mr. Speaker. But in '85, this is sort of when that process has started to remove some of the gender-based discrimination, particularly pertaining to status women who married a non-status man and involuntarily had to enfranchise, and that's what got the ball rolling throughout this process. So we've heard comments in the chamber about the patchwork, about the fact that we haven't been able to move forward on addressing all of these issues as quickly as we would like, and I do share those concerns, Mr. Speaker. I think that although this bill is certainly a great help, we're happy to see it move forward. It was, as the member for Fredericton mentioned, tabled, I believe it was December of 2022, and I think on this side of the House, we certainly would have liked to see this move forward much more quickly. It's been almost a year. I think that the bill also has many gaps in it, more things that have to be addressed and will have to be addressed at future dates. And considering that that the government has sat on this for close to a year, I think would have been a great time to be able to work on some of those other aspects concurrently, so that we could be much further along at this point. And it is a concerning trend. When we've heard, Mr. Speaker, we've heard concerns from the governing Liberal Party themselves that they are also concerned about this trend of the government not prioritizing Indigenous pieces of legislation pertaining to Indigenous peoples. And I just want to urge this government to make it a priority instead of table dropping at the last moment. The Prime Minister has said that there is no relationship more important to his government than that with Indigenous peoples, but I think the actions speak louder than words, and the fact that it has taken so long to make such relatively simple and relatively straightforward changes is definitely a cause for concerns. I'd like to urge my colleagues on the other side to move much more quickly with moving these pieces of legislation forward. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, the fact that it's been so long, we've seen the need for unanimous consent motions in order to get things through at the last second. And we've been trying to work in good faith to get as many of these things through as quickly as possible, but of course we recognize a need for debate, a need for proper scrutiny and proper consultation on a number of these pieces of legislation. And with the rushed process that we have from the government, I don't feel, Mr. Speaker, that we have that time for the proper consultation. It's not the only concern. It's not just from the legislative point of view that the government seems to be too slow to react, Mr. Speaker. We see issues from things like status card processing times. It's taking far too long for many people to be able to actually to receive their card and have access to the rights that they are entitled to. So, again, I'm happy to see this moving forward. This bill will impact 35 100 individuals, and I hope that all of those individuals are able to access their status cards and access their rights as quickly as possible. Again, I'd like to urge the government to put the resources that are necessary towards that, cut through the bureaucracy, ensure that there are ways that we can get that done more quickly, Mr. Speaker. With the remaining time I have, I was thankful that my colleagues chose for me to split my time, but now, Mr. Speaker, I kind of, with great respect to my colleague, I wish I had a little bit more, because there's so much to get into when it comes to this piece of legislation. But I think it's important to remember, really, Mr. Speaker, the discriminatory and the racist history behind this, the reasons why it's so important we move forward on this quickly. Enfranchisement was truly not voluntary, even in the cases where it is, I will say, quote, voluntary, Mr. Speaker. It was done so that people could avoid having to send their kids to residential school, so that they were able to participate more fully in Canadian society, obtain the right to vote, obtain land and financial compensation, a number of things, Mr. Speaker. So this is a process that has been forced upon Indigenous peoples throughout our history, and pleased to see it moving forward. We need to move it forward as quickly, much more quickly, from the government side. So our party here, in the official opposition, we stand ready to work, ready to get this to committee. If there are any changes that need to be made, ensure that we have those fixes. Hear from grassroots, from First Nations and Indigenous peoples across the country, and get this to this finish line, Mr. Speaker. My time is up, but I just want to urge my colleagues on the other side to work with us so that we can get this done. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I thank my honourable colleague for his speech and for his commitment. I've had a pleasure of working with him as well on the Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee, and I know his heart's in the right place, and I know he wants to see the urgency dedicated to these issues that it deserves. But I would also, again, like to see his commitment to passing the bill quickly as well, and I hope he can have that conversation with his colleagues. But I wonder if he would agree that, despite perhaps some of the lengthy timelines or some of the challenges that we face, that it was this government that's done more for Indigenous reconciliation than any other in our history. So I'd just like to hear him comment on that.
Then I have Deputy Kenora.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Speaker, I truly wouldn't agree with that member's framing of this. I mean, as I mentioned, if we're talking specifically about these issues, it was 1985 that really I would say that this, the fixing of this patchwork started, and we started to see the series of that. So that certainly wasn't under this government, Mr. Speaker. I think that there's, with this government, we've seen definitely a lot of spending and a lot of announcements, but unfortunately, we've seen numbers that show that despite the increase in spending, the department results have only achieved 26% of their goals. That's just one example, Mr. Speaker, of how I think the rhetoric has been very strong, very positive from this government, but it hasn't filtered down to actually delivering the real results that are needed for Indigenous peoples across the country. Thank you.
Then I have Deputy de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Morning, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you here on a Friday morning. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that very interesting speech. One thing that struck me in this bill is that it changes the term mentally incapable Indian to dependent person. Does my colleague agree with me that the language used here that was formerly degrading, and that was a form of discrimination against people with mental disability? Thank you.
Then I have Deputy de Kenora.
Yes, I agree. It's very discriminatory.
Then I have Deputy de Vancouver-Est.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the member for his speech. Now, part of the legislation is a clause that justifies past discrimination and violations of human rights. It allows for the government to have discriminated without impunity and underscores the sense of colonial entitlement. So does the member agree that the provisions of this legislation that prohibits First Nations women from seeking compensation from historical harms, and is it justified that the government denies denied First Nations women access to healthcare, education, and safe housing.
L'honorable député de Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure of the specific clause that the member was referring to, but to her question, I certainly don't. I certainly agree with her that it is discriminatory for the government to deny First Nations women rights to health care and the rights that they need. So I would certainly share her concern. I would be happy to speak with her when we have more time to get into more detail about it.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands. A very
Thank
quick
you,
question, please.
Yes, to my honourable friend from Kenora. Given his speech this morning as the first Conservative Party member of Parliament speaking to the issue, it does seem that there is an intention to vote for this at second reading and fix flaws later at committee. I'm wondering if that's something we can count on. It's a shame to see debate so often where it looks like we might all be voting for something to get it to committee and only later discover that there's going to be a longer debate and I don't want to use the word obstruction, but I asked the honourable member if he knows if his caucus is prepared to vote yes for this bill.
The honourable member from Kenora.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to moving forward on this bill. We want to, as I mentioned, get it to committee, but we also want to ensure that we have the voices of members to be able to raise their thoughts to this bill, and we hope we can move forward on it as quickly as possible. I encourage the government to continue to progress this through the House. Thank you.
A very quick question for the member from Dineste, Mississippi, Churchill River. Very quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been part of the interaction between the members so far today, there's people trying to take credit for whatever and saying that things were accomplished under certain governments, but in the Indigenous stakeholders that I talk to, they very clearly indicate to me that there's been more achieved for Indigenous people in our country under Conservative governments than any other government in history. So to the member, maybe does he think it's time for a Conservative government to step up and affect the change that we need to improve the lives of Indigenous people across the country?
Very brief answer from the member from Kenora, please.
A brief answer, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree. It's time for a Conservative government that will bring it home for all Canadians, including Indigenous peoples across this country. I thank the member for his good question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Dineste, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Let me help you with that, Mr. Speaker. It's Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River. Before I get into my comments today, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's always a pleasure to stand up and speak on behalf of the people that I serve. But one of the things that we don't do in this place is recognize the people that serve us behind the scenes. And I want to take a minute today to acknowledge my team, who work tirelessly without recognition often to serve both the people in this House, members of Parliament like myself, but also the people that we represent, in my case specifically from Northern Saskatchewan. So I want to take a minute to recognize Lene and Emily, who work with me here in Ottawa, and Dion, Hunter, and Cindy back in the riding, and just and make sure they know that they're appreciated for the work they do in serving the people that we get to serve. Speaker, with that comment out of the way, let's talk about Bill C-38 for a few minutes. And I appreciate the opportunity that my colleague has presented to me to speak on this very important bill. Bill C-38 is an act that amends the Indian Act to address 4 separate matters, which we have already heard from the member speaking, but I'm going to hit on these just for a few minutes. First, it addresses the gender and equity issues as a result of enfranchisement. I'm going to speak a little bit more about that in a few minutes. And we've already heard as well that it addresses this issue of natal band reaffiliation, which, if passed, this legislation would allow women to reaffiliate with their natal band or the band they came from before having been forced to change to their husband's band if they were married before 1985. We've heard about the opportunity through application to deregister from the Indian Registry, and there's a number of reasons why people might want to do that, and I'm not going to get into the details of that. And finally, we've heard the conversation already today around replacing offensive and outdated language so that no individual under the Act is referred to using any kind of discriminatory or offensive language. So that, I think we would say, is a very good thing. As has been mentioned as well, Bill C-38 is a continuation of a series of fixes Fixes that began in 1985 under Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, some fixes that carried on in 2011 under Prime Minister Harper, and finally Bill S3 that took from 2017 to 2019 through the Senate bill to make some progress on this. Each of these pieces of legislation address various matters of gender-based discrimination in the Act. I think while it's important to note that we support amendments to ensure that no federal legislation, including the Indian Act, has any discriminatory components to it, we must recognize that these amendments are just that, changes to existing legislation that support the maintenance of the status quo. A status quo that perpetuates control over First Nations people across our country. We cannot simply reverse the damages that these outdated laws have had, but what we can do is we can move forward in support of First Nations people on their journey to self-determination. Conservatives seek to ensure that we are making positive strides towards truth and reconciliation, and we know how important it is to hold open and honest discussions in doing so. Since I only have 10 minutes here, Mr. Speaker, I want to spend some time talking about enfranchisement. We've done a bit of that already, but I want to flesh it out a little bit as well. For those who may not be familiar with the term, enfranchisement was a policy prior to 1985 that terminated an individual's right to be considered First Nations or have status under the Indian Act. As the Parliamentary Secretary and my colleague from Kenora have already identified, this could be done voluntarily, and each of them used the quote voluntarily, or it could be done involuntarily. When we think of involuntary registration, has been mentioned, it could be because they received a university degree, or because they joined the medical or legal profession, or they married a non-Indian man, or became a priest or a minister. Under the voluntary components, we've heard as well that there's a number of reasons why that could happen. And again, when we use the term voluntary in this case, it doesn't seem like it was really of free will, but it was forced by other factors. Some, as have been identified, gave up their status for the sole purpose of preventing their children from having to attend residential schools. World War II veterans, voluntary enfranchised to obtain the same essential benefits that other non-status veterans were provided. And some did so just so they could vote, so they had the right to vote. Mr. Speaker, if we look at these examples of voluntary enfranchisement, it doesn't really seem that it was a personal choice, but maybe more a sacrifice of rights or something that they were forced into to protect members of their family or others. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-38 seeks to address some remaining gender-based inequities that were a result of this unequal reinstatement of status in 1985. In short, women who enfranchised and were later reinstated were placed in a different category than men in the same circumstances. Because of this, First Nations women could not pass down status or rights to the same number of generations as First Nations men could. And this is something that this bill addresses to effect. And it has a ripple effect because it affects the descendants of these people as well. I would actually like to encourage members of the House to go out and talk to people. Talk to people and hear their stories. We've heard a couple already today. But talk to the people who have been affected by enfranchisement. And I've heard many of these, and I'm going to share one quickly. My team and I met with a Professor Carl Hurl. He's a member of the Garden River First Nation, a professor in Canadian Indigenous Studies. His personal experience with enfranchisement is not unfamiliar to many others. His mother and many other women in their community were targeted and coerced by an Indian agent to voluntarily enfranchise. This resulted in an unfair exclusion of their rights and of those of her descendants. To access his child's rights, Professor Hurl had no other choice but to pursue legal action, which came at a hefty cost both in time and resources, an option that many people don't have. This case highlights how the Indian Act gatekeepers have historically been and continue to be much of the problem. Mr. Speaker, it is little wonder why First Nations people in Canada feel that there's this Ottawa-led system that feels broken and we need to fix it. I believe we need to acknowledge that despite amending the Act, there still needs to be a change in how First Nations issues are approached. This means acknowledging the failure in the cumbersome bureaucracy that is meant to support First Nations, but instead often creates significant barriers. The population of my riding, Mr. Speaker, is over 70% Indigenous, and my team deals with endless frustrations of individuals trying to either access their right to status, respond to other requests of maybe financial nature, or even access appropriate health services. Our office has been dealing with one individual who's been denied status time and time again. But the bigger issue is not the denial of status. The bigger issue is that this individual has been given a variety of excuses for the denial that contrast with their family story, where other members of the family have been granted status under the same circumstances. It seems as though this case has been passed around the department without a care or concern for the provision of an honest answer, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. In one of the calls with my office, this gentleman finally expressed his frustration and disappointment that he's going to give up because he believes he's going to die before this ever gets resolved. That's a very sad story, Mr. Speaker. What this story tells us is that we cannot accept simple amendments to the Indian Act as a means to an end. We can reshape the tool as many times as we like, but if we don't fix the mechanism, there will never be a fix to the problem. Our Conservative team is determined to address this problem. In fact, we are proposing steps to do that, and my friend from Kenora has already addressed one of those in relation to the leader proposing the First Nations resource charge and our plan for that. The goal of the federal government should be working with Indigenous leadership to put control of their communities back into their hands. While the hope for Bill C-38 is to address this to some degree and to respond to a constitutional challenges on enfranchisement, it is merely a small step on a long journey to self-determination. We have a lot of work to do, and as Canada moves forward on eliminating the Indian Act, the Ottawa knows best mentality has got to go. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we recognize the rights and the freedoms of First Nations people across our country. They know what's good for them. They know what needs to be done. They've already taken many of the steps necessary by investing in projects and businesses and creating prosperity and employment. They're focused on increasing capacity, and they're generating opportunities that will pay dividends for generations to come. It is important that the government no longer stand in their way, and that we ensure that First Nations are the decision makers controlling their own destiny. We recognize that this is the only way forward, and although it will have its challenges, Conservatives are not afraid of a challenge. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me simply say, under the leadership of a Conservative government, I am very hopeful for the future of our First Nations people across this country, and I am personally very eager to see meaningful change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for.
Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. This House might not be aware, but in my riding, we had an Iroquois First Nation, and the entire nation enfranchised in 1958. I'm talking, of course, about the Michelle Band. And under C-31 back in the 1980s, 700 members of the Michelle Band, as individuals, were allowed to gain back their Indian status. But as of today, this band is still not fully recognized, and they're not able to make any claims. And I don't see anything in this legislation that addresses that injustice because they were enfranchised under very suspicious circumstances. Can my honourable colleague tell me what could this legislation do to help a band like the Michelle Band, which, as far as I'm aware, is the only entire First Nations band that was ever enfranchised in Canada, to get their recognition back? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. And stories like that I get that you're saying this is, or that he's saying that this is the only example where our entire band, but there's very, very many examples of communities or very large groups of people being enfranchised involuntarily or so-called voluntarily, or being coerced into it by very suspicious circumstances. In fact, this legislation should address some of those situations which create an equal opportunity for people to be re-registered, to gain their status back, and create an equalization between the descendants of what might be male lineage compared to female lineage, to ensure that the descendants of those two lines of descendants is brought to a place where they're treated equally. So we will look at this closer in committee to ensure that those kinds of questions are answered and solutions are proposed, and I thank my colleague for that question.
L'honorable député de Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. As the member knows, he spoke about this. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit continually have to go through the court system in order to have their rights recognized, including with this bill. This is tragic that people would have to go through the court system in order to have their basic rights met. It sounds like the member agrees that this is unfair for Indigenous people to have to go through this court system to have their rights recognized. And I'm wondering what the member would suggest we change about Canada's political and legal system so Indigenous people no longer have to do this.
I've already asked. L'honorable député de Des-Nez, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that very, very valid question. And I'm not going to turn and face because I'm not sure I'm supposed to do that, but I think from a personal perspective and on behalf of Conservatives, I think one of the things that we would say in response to that is we have to eliminate the Ottawa knows best and the control that is imposed over people across the country by this outdated and archaic Indian Act. But we have to do this much quicker. We have to get to a place where First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people across the country all have the ability and the right to determine their own future, to true self-determination. That's the only path where we are going to get past all of the litigation, all of the lawsuits, all of the court cases, where we actually empower Indigenous people across the country to control and dictate their own futures and their own destinies.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport, Limoilou, Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always in a good mood, so it's all good. Mr. Speaker, you don't build a solid foundation for your house on sand. Unfortunately, this bill is a pillar for a house that the government is trying to build, but the ground is not solid underneath it, and that ground I'm talking about is the Indian Act. My question for my colleague is, why not just push to repeal the Indian Act, which is the very core of the problem? Thank you.
Député de Des-Nez, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, very simply, I agree.
We have time for one last question. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
My honourable colleague, the issue of saying that the Conservatives are going to support Indigenous self-determination, I like, but I'll give you an example. Timiskaming First Nation is set up as 110,000 acres between the Blanche River in Ontario and the Kings River in Quebec. Then it was arbitrarily cut apart, illegal land surrender after illegal land surrender, till we're down to about 4,500 acres now in between municipalities, and the traditional land rights in Ontario continue to be ignored. So how would the Conservatives say to the people of Timiskaming First Nation, we are going to actually make sure that your land rights amidst an endless sea of stolen land is going to be respected for your community's development?
Une courte réponse du député de Des-Nez, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I would simply say that we have to get to a place where it's not taking 25, 30, and 40 years to solve some of the claims issues in our country. We need to speed up the process so that we can settle these things and get out of the endless litigation.
Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to rise in the House and recognize small businesses across Canada during Small Business Week. Small businesses continue to be the backbone of our economy, in turn, the backbone of our communities. From coast to coast to coast, hardworking entrepreneurs provide jobs to our communities, innovation to our economy, incubating the next generation of inspiration. Back in 1922, my great-grandparents started a mom-and-pop grocery store in my home riding of Niagara Centre. 4 generations later, I had the pleasure of operating that same business, which had since evolved into a ship chandler wholesaler. I know firsthand the daily struggles and complexities our small business owners face, and our government is focused on enabling them to thrive. Because when our small businesses thrive, our communities thrive. It's all about building communities. So this week, Mr. Speaker, let's celebrate the small businesses across this country and the communities they continue to strengthen. Thank you, and happy Small Business Week.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
The gift of life is so precious. Canadian Blood Services' motto is, "It's in you to give." And there is no one that has lived that mantra more than Penhold's Josephine Michalak, who was just recognized by the Guinness World Records as the female with the most whole blood donated. Josephine earned the record after donating her 203rd unit of blood in December of last year. Josephine's epic journey started back in 1965 while accompanying her sister, who was on her way to donate. The experience left a great impression with Josephine. And with her O positive blood type, she realized just how important her highly compatible blood type was to the people in her community. Penhold's Town Council acknowledged her record at its October 11th meeting, and I quote, "for reaching this milestone and for her selfless act to help others," end quote. Her 208th donation will be on November 24th. Congratulations, Josephine.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege to stand in this House and to use my voice to shine a light or reflect on a moment in time on behalf of my constituents. I know that over the last weeks our hearts and souls have been mourning, as we are witnessing violence and endless suffering generated by war. I send my love and support to the Muslim and Jewish community here and abroad who are directly impacted by the events that are unfolding. Words might appear insignificant at a time when we are collectively facing horror. Words can hurt, but they can also heal. They can change how we perceive the words. We need to see the humanity in one another and not lose sight of everything we have in common. We need to reflect on how we can work and listen to each other. Our own country is on a path of reconciliation. Getting there was not easy and is still a constant reaffirmation of our commitment to a better future for all. That is the message I humbly share today. Peace cannot be achieved through violence. It can only be attained through understanding. I pray for the world. I pray for peace, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, on the eve of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation this year, I was honored to join a celebration in Newchanla Territory of the art created by attendees of the former Alberni Indian Residential School in the late 50s and 60s. This artwork was inspired by volunteer artist Robert Aller, who encouraged the young artists to paint their ideas, their knowledge, and their truths. After Robert passed away in 2008, 36 paintings were donated to the University of Victoria and then repatriated to the survivors who created them and to their families in 2013. With the assistance of Professor Andrea Walsh in partnership with one of the artists, Wally Samuel from Ahousaht. Since then, they have been widely exhibited to educate Canadians and the world about the legacy of residential schools. They have reached thousands of learners through gallery exhibitions, digital platforms, and public presentations. Canadians owe these artists and their families an enormous debt of gratitude for the generosity of spirit, sharing these wonderful paintings as we seek to reconcile historical wrongs with Indigenous people. Clecco to all.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to congratulate and celebrate Sylvie Ferrand-Gosselin, the first woman president of the Club Quad Petite Nation and a pioneer in the Ottawa region. From her years as a volunteer trail agent and head of part of the Duhamel sector, her dedication to the club is undeniable. I'd also like to acknowledge the encouragement of former president Alain Lamarche, who encouraged women to join the club's senior management team. Gender diversity in sports clubs enriches our communities, offering a variety of experiences and ideas. But despite the progress made, we still have a long way to go to achieve gender equality. That's why I call on all parliamentarians to continue supporting our government's efforts to improve equality of opportunity in Canada. We must continue to implement concrete actions that pave the way for women like Sylvie Ferrand-Gosselin in management positions at all levels. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, congratulations to Club Quad Petite Nation. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisle-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I take the floor today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Premier Tech, 100 years of history, determination, and daring, during which Premier Tech has forged a reputation for excellence. Its story began modestly with a small business that the Bélanger family bought. They then moved into horticulture with sphagnum peat moss, and today they are in automation and wastewater treatment. Premier Tech employs 5,200 people in 28 countries, has 48 plants, and generates sales of over $1 billion. Committed to its home community, Premier Tech is also involved internationally in the world of cycling. The Premier Tech Israel team has achieved major success in the Tour de France with Canadian riders. I would like to acknowledge my friends Bernard Bélanger and Saint-Jean, whose hard work and vision have shaped our community and made a positive impact worldwide. I wish Premier Tech a bright and prosperous future. Happy 100th to all of Premier Tech's teammates. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Canadian Council of Imams hosted its annual gala dinner. Founded in 1990, the Council has been a unifying forum for Canadian imams and chaplains. At this fifth annual gala dinner, a member of my constituency, Chaplain Imam Imran Ali, received the well-deserved Community Imam Award in recognition of his continuing service to society. Imran's dedication is truly inspiring, and his recognition by his peers speaks volumes about the impact he has had on our community. Through his tireless efforts, he has not only served the Muslim community, but also made significant contributions to society. We are fortunate to have individuals like Imran among us, individuals who work tirelessly to bridge divides, to bring communities together, and to spread the message of love, compassion, and unity. My sincere congratulations to Imran. May peace and unity continue to guide our path forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I could just remind members, please, to keep their voices down while the members are making their statements. The Honourable Member from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new report from the Public Policy Forum concludes that Atlantic Canada's offshore wind potential will make the region an energy powerhouse going forward. Installing turbines around Sable Island Bank alone could produce enough energy supply for 6.5 million average Canadian homes, which is almost twice as much as being used by Atlantic Canada today as we speak. This boom means that thousands of jobs and billions of dollars for Atlantic Canada. Yet on Tuesday, the Conservatives, including several MPs from Atlantic Canada, voted against Bill C-49, a bill that would allow the development of offshore wind industry in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, you can count on our government to help Atlantic Canadians today and every day.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal government knew the carbon tax too would increase the cost of energy and disproportionately impact low and middle income Canadians, and yet they're imposing it anyway. Carbon taxes 1 and 2 will add 61 cents per litre to the price of fuel. Because of this government's punishing fuel taxes, we're already seeing fuel prices in BC over $2 per litre. Wow. After 8 long years of inflationary spending and failing policies, even the Liberal MPs are speaking out against the carbon tax. Those Liberal MPs are realizing that when you tax Brad, the farmer who grows the food, and Rob, who transports the food, and tax Joanne, who has to drive to buy the food becomes too expensive. It's no wonder 60% more Canadians per month were expected to use food banks in 2023. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, it is even more clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give a special acknowledgement and shout out to the Winnipeg Transit drivers for both educating me and being there in a very real and tangible way to ensure that there's all forms of diversity in transportation. You know, over the summer, the Government of Canada tabled a report about public transit in general in Canada. No government in the history of Canada has committed more public dollars to ensure that we have a solid public transit system from coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. A commitment that is genuine. It's there to help build communities and connect people in every way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Then I have
the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, where are we at? Well, more Canadians frozen out of the housing market, rents doubling, inflationary deficits driving up mortgage payments, and our federal government saying, hey, our inflation isn't all that bad. Look at other countries, which is exactly what an enterprising Ontario couple did. They sold their modest 2,400 square foot suburban home in Fergus and bought a 6,300 square foot chateau in the south of France on 37 acres. It was an even trade. But with this NDP Liberal Made in Canada inflation, they said if we sold the chateau now, we probably couldn't move back to Fergus. Mr. Speaker, more and more Canadians are realizing that this tax and spend Liberal Prime Minister is just not worth the cost, at least not for those ordinary Canadians who are hoping one day to have their own modest home right here at home in Canada. Thank you.
Then I have
the Honourable Member for Desnethé, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, life is unaffordable. Families in northern Saskatchewan and across Canada are faced every day with austerity measures. Less food, less activities for their kids, less trips to see Grandma and Grandpa, less money for rent or a mortgage at the end of every month. Yet, as families are forced to make cuts, this Liberal NDP government spends. Mr. Speaker, there's something morally wrong when a government grows bigger and continuously throws money around while taxpayers themselves are forced into cutting for their own families. This is backwards. The solution is less for the government and more in the pockets of families, more healthy food, more activities for their kids, more trips and time to spend with family. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal NDP government's inflationary deficits are driving up the cost of everything, and Canadians are tired of it, and they want hope. After 8 long years, this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charles-Le-Moyne. Tonight, thousands of Quebecers in over 40 cities across Quebec will take part in Nuit des Sans-Abris, an event designed to raise public awareness of poverty and homelessness in Quebec. This year, Longueuil's Nuit des Sans-Abris marks its 25th year. A number of activities are planned to give people a better understanding of the difficult conditions in which people experiencing homelessness live, and to learn more about the organizations that work with them. Residents are invited to Parc Saint-Marc tonight to visit the community village, listen to stories from people who have experienced homelessness, and take part in the Solidarity Walk. I congratulate the Table Itinérance Rive-Sud and all the members of the organizing committee for their commitment to giving a voice to those who are homeless and to demystifying the reality of homelessness. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, normally I rise in this chamber with gratitude and vigor, but today, as the events of the last 2 weeks in this attacks by Hamas and response by Israel has me at a loss. I represent a riding with a Jewish population that has contributed so much, including fighting in both world wars. From my work, I know the constant battle of anti-Semitism that we face and the symbols of hate that have been painted on the sidewalks, streets, and even my own lawn signs. I'm blessed in the Windsor-Detroit area of having a Middle East population, and I have stood in solidarity from the original blame of the Oklahoma City bombing to 9/11 blame and Islamophobia that still persists, and I'm proud to be part of a movement to always push back and speak the truth against that type of rhetoric. My statement today was crafted many times to try and help end the violence in Gaza, Israel, and Lebanon, but despite trying, it never left me but feeling ill. So here I am, and my only message for to find enough forgiveness and respect and humanity to end all violence. I appreciate it's a naive one, but after 21 plus years in Parliament, I need to speak the truth, and that truth is that I don't have the answers, but I love my constituents of all race, ethnicity, and religion, and I'm sorry I don't have the solutions. I do know it's never too late to save who is alive. Please join me, or let me join you in solidarity for forgiveness of our failures to all the victims.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, it's the 34th night of Nuit des Sans-Abri. This is an event to raise public awareness of homelessness and poverty, and it will be held in over 60 municipalities in Quebec. There are tents all over Quebec. There are single mothers who are sleeping in their cars with their children, seniors who, after having lived in housing and worked, are now on the street, young women who are pregnant and are homeless, and one who delivered on the street in Gatineau. Organizations are accompanying women who are in dangerous relationships because they don't have other housing. People have to limit their purchases of food and medication to get housing. Quebec is on the verge of a major humanitarian crisis. The government has already recognized that housing is a right. It needs to ensure that that right becomes a reality for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The outbreak of the Israel-Hamas war, the Toronto Police Chief has reported a 132% increase in hate crimes. We see horrific stories of signs being written in spray paint in the Centennial Park that say, "Attack the Jews," or in London, a vandalized message said, quote, "Kill all Muslims." This is absolutely unacceptable. We can all be revolted by the horrors of Hamas, but we should never blame our fellow citizens who are Muslim in Canada. They did not commit those atrocities. You can debate the decisions of the Israeli government, but you have no right to insult your Jewish neighbor or attack his local synagogue. This must be a country based on freedom where it doesn't matter if your name is Mohammed or Martin, Chang or Charles, Singh, Smith, or Steinberg. We are all Canadians. We are all compatriots. Let us embrace each other with love. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today excited to congratulate Umicore Rechargeable Battery Materials Canada. This past Monday marked their official groundbreaking for the manufacturing plant they're building in Loyalist Township, located just outside my riding. The plant will manufacture materials that are required for the production of electric vehicle batteries. In full swing, their operation has the capacity to produce enough battery materials to support the production of over 800,000 electric vehicles each year. What's more, this plant is designed to be nearly carbon neutral from the start of production. Of course, this is excellent news for our region in terms of economic development and job creation. It is also great news for Ontario and Canada as it helps strengthen our position as a global leader in electric vehicle and battery supply chain. I am proud that the federal government has committed up to $551 million through the Strategic Investment Fund to support this project. Congratulations and best wishes to Umicore, and thank you for choosing Eastern Ontario.
Right on.
Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the lack of competition. Yesterday, the Competition Bureau reported that now the lack of competition is worse than at any time in 20 years, leading to higher prices for consumers and higher profits for corporate oligarchs. Now the Liberal government is considering allowing Canada's biggest bank, gobble up the 7th biggest bank, to eliminate competition and force up mortgage rates on Canadians who already can't afford to pay their bills. Will the government side with consumers and home buyers instead of corporate oligarchs and big banks and block this merger?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the Conservative leader recycles common sense cliches from decades ago, like an automaton from the Mike Harris era, our government has taken decisive action to help Canadians with the price of groceries by supporting more competition in the marketplace and by increasing housing supply by waiving GST on new rental construction. These are two significant measures the members opposite can support right now by supporting the government's bill on affordability. But they've stated that they won't support that. Can someone from the opposition benches please explain to all of us how voting against measures that are going to substantially help middle-class families, how is that common sense?
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
I'll tell you, not common sense. Spending $8 million on a barn, Mr. Speaker. We just found out that the Prime Minister's Capital Commission spent $8 million to replace a barn at Rideau Hall. We've long said that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 long years. While Canadians cannot afford a home, how is it that this Prime Minister is spending $8 million on a barn? And by the way, was it made of gold?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Quite the words from the Leader of the Opposition. I remind him when he was responsible for housing during the Harper years, $300 million spent for housing, less than 100 homes built. Do the math, Mr. Speaker. $3 million a home. That's the record of so-called fiscal responsibility on the other side. On this side, we are getting homes built. Just this morning, the Prime Minister announced over $100 million for the city of Brampton that's going to lead to, in the coming years, 24,000 homes being built. Wow. We're going to continue to work with municipalities, Mr. Speaker, through partnership.
Here, here. Good job.
I would encourage all members, including the members who ask questions, to please listen to the responses, and then when they have the opportunity to take the floor again to pose their questions. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larry. After 8 years with this Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost. So much money's been wasted. McKinsey consultations, ArriveCan, $6,000 a night for a hotel room. Today we found out that the government wasted $8 million for what? For a barn. How can you spend $8 million on a barn? On whose land? The Governor General's. Food banks are lacking resources. Is this the Liberals' priorities? Spend $8 million on a barn on the Governor General's property? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we've been there for Canadians. We've invested to support them several times. And the Conservatives voted against those measures. But when the Conservatives were in power, 7 consecutive budgets led to deficits. We have the lowest deficit of all G7 countries right now. And we will continue to be financially responsible. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larry. Financially responsible. After 8 years of Liberal expenditures leading to inflation, inflation in Quebec is the highest in the country. People have to permanently live with their parents because everything costs too much. Interest rates are so high that Liberals have stolen the dream of young people to become homeowners. For 2 years, mortgages went up by 40%. After 8 years with the Liberals, the cost of rent has doubled. When will the Liberals stop mortgaging the future of young people and allow them to achieve their own dream of becoming a homeowner? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons justement un projet.
Mr. Speaker, we have a bill before us right now which will accelerate the construction of housing throughout Canada. In my riding in Montreal, co-ops are being built for families, our seniors, and our youth. The Conservatives don't want to invest to build more housing, to reduce costs for all Canadians. It doesn't make any sense. If they really have the interests of Canadians at heart, why are they voting against their interests? The honourable member from Méconseil-Clairac. Mr. Speaker, if they really wanted to pass Bill C-56, it's been since October 5th that the Liberals haven't called the bill in the House. We need a reason. We need to understand what they want. In the meantime, the middle class know what's going on. They're lining up at food banks. In the newspapers this morning, food banks are struggling. The cost of food has gone up by 23%. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the Bloc want to radically increase the carbon tax. It's expensive to vote for the Bloc and the Liberals. Will the Liberals finally decide to cut their costly tax? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I recognize that the rising cost does hurt Canadians, and that's why we look across the way and we would like to see the Conservative Party stop playing the games. The destructive force that they are constantly playing inside the House, the holding up of legislation, whether it's dealing with providing rebates of one form or another, whether it's building the Atlantic Accord for Atlantic Canada, whether it's talking about green jobs into the future, we're trying to address the needs of Canadians, and the Conservative Party continues to play games inside the chamber. Shame on them.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it looks like humanitarian aid will be able to get into Gaza today, but we already know that it will be insufficient. Only 20 trucks will be able to get through when really a minimum of 100 is needed every day, according to the UN. As we speak, tons of humanitarian aid are blocked on the tarmac of an Egyptian airport because they can't get through. Will the Prime Minister insist, or did the Prime Minister insist over the last 24 hours for this to be resolved? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Decisions made by Israel and Egypt to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza through Rafah is an important step to guarantee assistance to civilians in Gaza. However, there's a lot to be done. Unobstructed and quick access is essential to meet the needs of Palestinian citizens in Gaza. International law must be respected, always. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. We all hope for light at the end of the tunnel in this terrible war, but there are dark hours ahead of us. Calls from many countries to flee Lebanon say a lot. Everybody's expecting for the conflict to get worse. As the humanitarian crisis worsens, humanitarian aid is already not enough. Canada cannot maintain the status quo. It has to use its political weight. What will the government do right now to make sure that humanitarian aid gets through? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
L'allègement de souffrance humaine.
Relieving human suffering is our absolute priority. We were the first Western country to provide humanitarian aid. We're using every diplomatic channel and are in constant communication with our partners and organizations on the ground. Our immediate goal is to open humanitarian corridors, offer safety and shelter to those fleeing the war, and allow aid to get through. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The auditor issued a damning report about processing delays in immigration. The most vulnerable are made to wait the longest due to Liberal mismanagement. Offices in sub-Saharan Africa are chronically underfunded, and they have the highest volume. Applications are untouched for up to 20 months. The average wait time for refugees is now 3 years. People who are being persecuted don't have 3 years to wait. Will the minister take immediate action to process the unacceptable backlogs for refugees?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, you know, it's a great concern. We all want to see immigration processes speed up, and what you'll see is that over the last number of years, we have seen processing times improved in many different areas. Mr. Speaker, whether it is dealing with the sponsoring of parents, for example, sponsoring of spouses, we have seen dramatic increases. There are areas in which we do need to improve upon, and I can assure the member that we are in fact making progress in all the different areas as much as possible.
L'honorable député de Ladysmith, Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 4 Nanaimo renters are in core housing need, meaning that where they live is either unaffordable, unsuitable, or inadequate. And these are people who have housing. Too many do not. Nanaimo has a housing problem larger than its size, and we're seeing the symptoms of this all around us. People deserve better than years of liberal and conservative half measures. People deserve a place to call home. So why is it that the government is doubling down on their failed housing plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank that member and the NDP caucus for supporting this government to double funding in response to homelessness. We continue to work with municipalities across the country. We continue to work with not-for-profit organizations. And it was this government that recognized, of course, Mr. Speaker, that there is a human right to housing. In that vein, we're seeing results, and there's more to do, but 70,000 people who were on the street are no longer on the street. 122,000 people who were close to homeless are not in that position anymore because of the National Housing Strategy. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Parry Sound, Muskoka.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, all Canadians now know that the Prime Minister is just simply not worth the cost. In 2021, a couple from Fergus, Ontario, swapped their 4-bedroom, 2,400-square-foot home on 3/4 of an acre for a 6,300-square-foot, 16th-century French chateau on 37 acres near the Bordeaux wine region in the south of France. Today, they admit that if they were to sell that mansion in the south of France, they wouldn't have enough money to buy their old home in Fergus. So I'm wondering why it is cheaper to buy a mansion in the south of France than a family home in rural Ontario.
Good question. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member, or rather the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
He is a former mayor, and he knows, therefore, that the affordability challenge that Canadians face, whether it's respect to rent or whether it's respect to the challenge of buying a home, is due to a lack of supply. This government recognizes that. That's why we've moved ahead to put incentives on the table for the private sector, for example, for builders, lifting the GST on the construction of purpose-built rentals, period. That side wants to maintain the tax for the purposes of building rental homes for the middle class. It's unacceptable. It's a reckless approach, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, I think the government, maybe this is a point. Canada has 20 times the land and half the people of France, and it's still cheaper to buy a house in France. But, of course, after 8 years of this Prime Minister's inflationary deficits, mortgage costs have doubled. In 2015, the average mortgage payment was $1,400, Mr. Speaker. Today, it's over $3,500. And now half of Canada's housing markets are severely unaffordable. When will the NDP Liberal coalition finally end their inflationary deficits so Canadians can afford to keep their homes, Mr. Speaker?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, and I emphasize, that the challenge on affordability with respect to housing, writ large, has to do with the lack of supply. When demand is high and supply is limited, you're always going to have an expensive situation. And we see that with respect to housing. What this government is doing is working with municipalities to see more homes built. This morning, as I said, we saw the city of Brampton move ahead, working with this government in exchange, for a $114 million investment. They're going to get more homes built, Mr. Speaker. They're dealing with missing middle housing. They're dealing with exclusionary zoning. I thank the city of Brampton.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, a recent survey has found nearly 70% of millennials and those younger have put off the purchase of a home because of rising prices and rising interest rates. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, that is their legacy. Inflationary deficits that are driving up the cost of living and making housing out of reach for many young people. across the country. It's clear this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, so why doesn't he finally listen to our common sense approach to stop his inflationary spending so that Canadians can afford a home again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Talks about young people, and I'll give him credit in his time during being a member of Parliament. He has put issues on the table with respect to youth, so he can support this government, or at least he should have, with respect to the tax-free savings account that this government put in place to help young people save for down payment. Up to $40,000 can be put into that account. Again, tax-free. Add to that, of course, the fact that we continue to build more. We continue to put in place, rather, policies that will see more homes built. We're doing that in partnership with municipalities. They're against all of that, Mr. Speaker. They've put half measures on the table. That's not good enough.
Shame. Député de Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't have the funds to put into a savings account because of the cost of living crisis this government has created. He mentions building homes. Mr. Speaker, we have not enough home building in this country to keep up with demand. After 8 years of this government, housing prices have skyrocketed. They've actually doubled. Mortgage rates are up, and the young students and young professionals have given up completely on their dream of home ownership. So I ask again, when will they finally stop their inflationary spending so that young people can afford a home?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives were in power, they ran 7 consecutive deficits. I find it interesting that they claim to be so concerned about a 0.7% deficit that we have here in Canada, the lowest of all G7 countries, Mr. Speaker. We have a serious plan in order to build more homes in this country. We have a serious piece of legislation before this House that the Conservatives are delaying. This will solve the housing crisis, and the Conservatives are delaying that measure, Mr. Speaker.
Terrible. Then I have Député. I'm going to ask all colleagues, please, to continue, if you have conversations, to continue them outside of the House. It is now ceding the floor to the member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg just reported on a recent survey that shows how much Canadians are struggling after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government's inflationary spending. 65% of Canadians now say they're concerned about saving for retirement, and 63% are concerned about how to prepare for an unexpected financial event. Less savings, more concern, more risk. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. When will the Prime Minister end his inflationary spending so Canadians can plan for their future again?
Then I have Secrétaire parlementaire.
I find it curious that the member opposite even refers to pensions, Mr. Speaker. Under what the Conservatives are proposing, they would gut Canada Pension Plan, Mr. Speaker. What the Conservatives are proposing would also result in Canadian families receiving less money from the federal government. You see, we have the Canada Child Benefit. In fact, checks are going out today, Mr. Speaker, to families right across the country. That is important support for families that are having a hard time to make ends meet, and the Conservatives would see that program completely cut.
Exactly.
Then I have Député de Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And speak about misinformation and how that response has nothing to do with what's actually happening in people's lives. The latest MNP Consumer Debt Index shows 51% of Canadians are $200 or less away from not being able to complete their financial obligations. Quote, facing a combination of rising debt carrying costs, living expenses, and concern over the potential for continued interest rate and price hikes, many Canadians are stretched uncomfortably close to broke. This is Canada after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. When will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending so Canadians can afford to live again?
Then I have le secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite claims that there is misinformation. I would welcome her to clarify where exactly. You see, the Conservatives have consistently said that they do not want to support Canadians with the programs that we have in place. We have the Canada Child Benefit program, Mr. Speaker, that is supporting families, that is helping making ends meet. Perhaps she would like to clarify, is that where they are going to cut? Are they going to cut our programs for seniors, Mr. Speaker? Seniors are relying on our government at this time. Mr. Speaker, What the Conservatives are proposing is simply reckless. At a time like this, we need responsible government.
Too much risk. Too much risk.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about Amira El Gawabi, the Prime Minister's advisor against Islamophobia. Many noted her long silence on the war between Israel and Hamas. Then everyone noticed when she broke her silence after 10 days, not a word on the attacks perpetuated by Hamas, not a word on the massacres, kidnappings, rapes. We hoped for some sort of condemnation, but there was not even a mention of it. Her role is to build bridges between communities. Does the government consider that she has been building bridges this week?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government has been clear. The attacks by Hamas against Israel were terrorist attacks. Ms. El Gawabi has a mandate to fight Islamophobia. That is a 100% national mandate. We are working with our new special envoy against anti-Semitism to fight discrimination towards Muslims here and is supporting other communities as well. The Honourable Member for Drummond.
Des députés musulmans et juifs du gouvernement se sont réunis malgré leurs désaccords pour réitérer conjointement l'importance que tous les citoyens se sentent en sécurité au Canada, peu importe leur religion. Ça, c'est faire œuvre utile, Monsieur le Président, et je salue.
Je regrette d'interrompre.
Oh, I regret to interrupt the Honourable Member, but apparently we had a translation problem. Is everything resolved now? We will ask the member for Drummond to restart from the top, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Muslim and Jewish MPs met in spite of their disagreements to reiterate how important it is for all citizens to feel safe in Canada regardless of their religion. And that's useful. Ms. El Gawabi is unable to recognize even the existence of the attacks by Hamas and the anger, fear, and suffering that they caused, including among her own citizens. Does the government think that she missed an opportunity to be useful?
Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, like my honourable colleague, I share the feeling that it is important to protect all Canadians. Everybody is feeling worried about their safety, the safety of their communities, the places where they get together for fully justifiable reasons. I had discussions with ministers from various provinces and territories, and we discussed ways we can reassure and protect Canadians. We're making use of our intelligence services as well, and we're going to mobilize everything. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. Sorry for mispronouncing the title.
Who grew up in the 70s and 80s remember a disastrous Trudeau economic legacy that most definitely was not worth the cost. 14 deficits in 15 years, leading to an inflation crisis, an energy crisis, and a housing crisis. The long-term impact of interest payments on that Trudeau debt forced another Liberal government a decade later to cut a devastating 32% from transfers for healthcare, education, and social services. This Liberal NDP government is going down the exact same road. How much will they spend on interest on their record debt this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We constantly talk about the record of fiscal responsibility, Mr. Speaker. During the Stephen Harper years, they ran 7 consecutive deficits. Deficits, Mr. Speaker. Under this government, we've seen economic growth. We've seen this government go through an extremely challenging time in the pandemic. But guess what? Businesses are still there. They are finding ways to thrive as a result of the ways that we supported them and continue to find ways to support them. When Canadians need support for key other challenges now, like housing, we are there. They're putting half measures on the table. They're not worth the risk, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of mind-blowing, unprecedented, previously unfathomable increases in spending, this government's response to every question is to ask why we won't help them spend even more. Again and again and again, we on this side will stand up against an incompetent Liberal government that is leading us down a path of economic devastation. Again, my question was reasonable and straightforward, and I'd appreciate an answer this time. What will this Liberal NDP government spend on interest on its record debt this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It is surplus. They turn it into deficit after deficit after deficit, Mr. Speaker. On this side, we put constructive measures on the table, like lifting GST on the building of rentals for Canadians. They talk about an attachment that they have to a vision for the country that puts the middle class front and center. It's not true, Mr. Speaker. Why are they proposing at this time, at a time where Canadians are facing a housing crisis, to tax the building of rentals for the middle class? It makes no sense. A reckless approach from start to finish.
Honorable Député de Selkirk-Interlake Eastman.
After 8 miserable years, our military heroes can no longer afford this Prime Minister. This NDP Liberal government keeps driving troop morale down and their costs up. A recently leaked report stated, increasingly members will release from the Canadian Forces rather than relocate to an area they cannot afford or taking a loss on an existing home. The Canadian Armed Forces are in a crisis and are short 16,000 people, but these Liberals are pushing people away and making things worse. Why is the Prime Minister destroying our military?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I just want to recognize that today we remember Adjuzant Patrice Vincent, who lost his life in 2014.
Of the honourable member, I would like to say that, when you think about the housing situation, just last year in our fiscal update, we put $55 million towards the support in residential housing for our CAF member. Also, I would like to acknowledge the support that we're putting on our member when they relocate of the reimbursement, legal and real estate fee. Mr. Speaker, we will always be there for our military.
Honorable Député de Selkirk-Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is actually repeating Liberal history known as the Decade of Darkness. Soldiers and their families back then were forced to use food banks. There were slashes to training programs. They operated on old equipment and were sent to Afghanistan without proper boots or uniforms. And now this month the headlines read, soldiers asking for donations to help with housing and food costs. Canadian Forces personnel leaving their ranks over lack of affordable housing. Canada looking to cut $1 billion from the national defence budget. Our troops are out there fighting for our freedoms. Why is this Prime Minister attacking their economic freedom?
Before I continue, I'd like to encourage members, especially those who are at the far end of the House, to please not have conversations as it can cause disruption in the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to say thanks to the member for his questions because it actually allows me just to validate some of the measures and the supports that we have put in place for our military. As I mentioned earlier, the reimbursing, the legal and the real estate fees, the covering of some expense for dual residency for up to 6 months if a CAM member cannot sell their residence. We will continue also supporting our Canadian Armed Forces posted across the country and their family. For example, the post-living differential allowance is intended to help reduce financial burdens for CAF personnel and their family. Mr. Speaker, we will not take any lessons from this side of the House.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has supported international justice efforts in response to the wars in Ukraine and Syria, but has refused to support international court investigations in Israel and Palestine. The parties in this conflict and the victims of this conflict need to know that violations of international law will be prosecuted. This includes terror attacks and collective punishment. International law applies to everyone. There are no exceptions. Why won't Canada support independent court investigations into violations of international law by all parties to the war in Israel and Palestine?
L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Right now, the alleviating of human suffering is our #1 priority. We continue and we will continue to push that all parties respect humanitarian and international law. This means access for civilians. This means accountability for those who do not follow international law. And this means that we are using every diplomatic channel that we have to alleviate the suffering and to ensure that aid gets to the Palestinian civilians and that international law is complied with. Thank you.
L'honorable député de London Fanshawe.
The war between Hamas and Israel keeps taking the lives of so many innocent Israelis and Palestinians. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is getting worse by the minute. People in Gaza have very little access to water, food, or electricity. They're forced to flee their homes or be bombed, and half of them are children. Palestinians and Israelis deserve to live in peace, and that's why the NDP has been calling for an immediate ceasefire and the release of the hostages. Why won't this government do everything in their power to save lives by calling for a ceasefire?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to support Palestinian civilians in Gaza facing urgent humanitarian needs. Our initial commitment of $10 million in humanitarian assistance to trusted partners in Gaza will provide food, water, emergency medical assistance, and protection services. We were the first Western country to do so, and others have now started following suit. We will continue to be there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, national parks protect Canada's iconic terrestrial and aquatic environments while providing opportunities for public understanding, education, and enjoyment for these protected areas. Having worked for Parks Canada for more than 30 years prior to politics, I can appreciate the importance of protecting and preserving the beautiful landscapes that represent the very best of Canada. Can the Parliamentary Secretary share with this House the progress that our government is making to protect and conserve these national wonders for future generations? Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his advocacy and for Parks Canada all these years. Absolutely. Yesterday, our government introduced Bill S14, Protecting Canada's Natural Wonders Act. This bill ensures that along with its partners, Parks Canada has the authorities and tools to protect these lands for current and future generations. This represents an increase of more than 12 million hectares protected under legislation, a landmass slightly smaller than the combined area of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. I hope that all parliamentarians can work together to ensure the passage of this important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years under the Prime Minister, Canadians expect more than just empty promises on housing. Construction is down and costs are climbing up and way up. And this NDP Liberal coalition's inflationary spending feels like a cruel joke to those trying to afford affordable home. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, isn't it time for some common sense conservative solutions to ensure every Canadian has a roof over their head?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, as you well know, there is a bill on this table, on this floor rather, that the Conservatives can get behind. The result, if they decided to support it, would be a more affordable situation for builders because it lifts GST off the construction of rental apartments. They're not in favor of that, Mr. Speaker. They want to tax the construction of rental apartments for the middle class. On top of that, we are putting forward measures to help support builders by making sure there's training programs available so laborers can be available. They've got no support for that, Mr. Speaker. Entirely reckless approach that they take.
L'honorable député d'Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this Liberal NDP government, 7 million Canadians are now struggling to put food on their tables thanks to their carbon tax. When you tax the farmer who grows the food and you tax the trucker who ships the food, you ultimately punish the Canadian who buys the food. And now we have Canadians driving across the U.S. border to buy basic grocery essentials. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Hear, hear. Will this Prime Minister do the honourable thing, axe the carbon tax, and bring home affordable groceries for all Canadians?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives consistently use the carbon price as a scapegoat for global inflation in this House. I think they're having trouble grasping the concept of magnitude. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada governor recently said carbon pricing contributed 0.15% to inflation. That's equivalent to 15 cents on a $100 grocery bill. While the European Central Bank said climate change contributes as much as 3% to the cost of food per year, that's $3 on a $100 grocery bill. That means that climate change has 20 times the influence on food prices than the carbon price. So if Conservatives were serious about fighting global inflation, they'd have a plan to fight climate change.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Etchemins.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, inflation is hitting Quebec harder than any other province. Groceries up 23%. That's what Quebecers are dealing with. The food banks are swamped with people who can't afford to go to the grocery store. All this against a backdrop of indifference from the government and the complicity of the Bloc, who want to see radical tax hikes. A vote for the Bloc will cost you dearly. Will the Prime Minister show some empathy, do the right thing, and cancel his costly carbon tax?
The
Honourable Minister. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for raising this question on behalf of her riding and Quebec. She doesn't know that perhaps doesn't know that her colleagues in the Conservative Party voted against our assistance to children in 2016 with the Canada Child Benefit. And thanks to that, every month families get a tax-free check that has raised 40% of kids out of poverty. Is she against the Canada Child Benefit? The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, the Liberals are making Quebecers poorer. Based on statistics from Stats Can, the cost of living is going up faster than Quebecers' wages. And milk has gone up 17 cents a litre. The Bloc claims to defend Quebecers, but they want to raise taxes radically, even more than the Liberals have. A vote for the Bloc will cost you dearly. When will the Liberals get rid of the carbon tax to help Quebecers keep their heads above water? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, when I speak to Quebecers, they tell me it's going to cost way too much to vote for the Conservatives. The Conservatives will bring in austerity. They will cut in support to seniors and families with kids. They will make cuts to the assistance Canadians need in order to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, we are there to support them. The Conservatives, it's not worth the risk.
The
honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Amnesty International is calling on EDC to stop financing Canadian mining companies in Colombia, where there are more and more human rights violations. 146 political dissidents were killed last year. That's 46% of all the political assassinations in the world. Environmental activists, farmers, Indigenous peoples, and anyone who questions what mining companies are doing, they're all in danger. Will Ottawa put an end to financing or funding for mining companies in Colombia, where there are serious concerns that they're contributing to a climate of human rights violations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Human rights. This is why we created the CORE, to maintain social responsibility of businesses around the world. This is why we will continue always to ensure that when Canadians are doing business, when others are doing business around the world, particularly mining companies, we will always stand up for human rights everywhere, all the time. Thank you.
Good job. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Obviously, the CORE can't even call witnesses. I went to Colombia in 2021 on a human rights observation mission, and I can tell you we heard some disturbing accounts. Ottawa has no idea what the mining companies are doing abroad. EDC has no credible mechanism for monitoring and tracking. Ottawa needs better accountability and transparency from the companies it funds in countries where human rights are violated. Will they listen to Amnesty International and limit the investments EDC is making in Canadian mining companies operating in Colombia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We have very strong export control mechanisms. We always stand up for human rights. The Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise specifically was created so that we can work together with businesses. We know that there are ways in which that can be strengthened. This is exactly why we are listening, why when the International Subcommittee on International Human Rights did a study, the government accepted those recommendations regarding CORE, and we will work together with everyone in this House to ensure that Canada and Canadians, when we are abroad, stand for human rights. Thank you.
Good job. L'honorable député de Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this government and this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, it's no surprise that their billion-dollar green slush fund is lining the pockets of Liberal insiders and is now under investigation. Annette Verscheren is a good friend of the Prime Minister and chair of the board that's doling out this taxpayer cash. But it turns out her own company received millions from that same fund. This Prime Minister simply isn't worth the cost. So how many other Liberal insiders got rich with this green slush fund?
Mr. Speaker, I know the Canadians are wising up to the fact that the Conservatives are just not worth the risk. But let me answer the member's question by saying, when the minister became aware of the alleged or the allegations of mismanagement at SDTC, he immediately acted and commissioned a review. The review resulted in an action plan that the executive is now implementing by December. And we expect the highest standards of excellence and governance from all of our federal agencies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
This is the same scandal that has whistleblowers pleading for legal and career protection after exposing this latest scandal in this billion-dollar boondoggle. We know everyone from the board chair to the CEO are in a conflict of interest. They all protect each other, and they all make money, and it's all on the backs of Canadians. This Prime Minister simply isn't worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister guarantee these whistleblowers the same protection afforded to whistleblowers in Canada's public service?
L'honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, when the minister became aware of the allegations of mismanagement in this particular case, he immediately acted to commission a third-party independent review of SDTC. That review produced an action plan that now SDTC is implementing by December. That will make a substantive difference to resulting or addressing the mismanagement. The highest standards of governance are the expectations that Canadians should have, and it's exactly what our government is doing.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Je m'excuse.
I'm sorry. I apologize to the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake. Apparently, you have a third question. I thought you only had two today.
What Canadians expect is that whistleblowers, when they bring to light corruption with this Liberal government, that they will be afforded protection. But we've seen before how this government treats the rule of law. This is a Prime Minister who blocked the RCMP from pursuing a criminal investigation into Liberal corruption by hiding documents from them. If anyone else hid documents from the RCMP, they'd end up in handcuffs. But with these Liberals, what we see is the continuation of that cover-up. After 8 years, it's a Prime Minister who isn't worth the cost to our democratic institutions. So what evidence is this Prime Minister so desperate to hide from the RCMP, and why does he think that he's above the law?
L'honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
It's no surprise that what the member falsely claims here is something that we take issue with. Earlier this year, when the minister became aware of the allegations of mismanagement, he acted immediately and decided to conduct a fact-finding exercise through an impartial third-party review. That third party produced a report, and that report has now resulted in an action plan that's being implemented. That's going to make a substantial difference in addressing the issues that have been identified. Let's make one thing clear. We expect the highest standards of governance from all federal agencies, and that's exactly what we're standing up for.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Mr. Speaker, the well-being of veterans and their families will always be a priority for our government. But we also know that Canadians across the country want to help our veterans too. Whether it's through organizations that provide housing, mental health services, or assistance with the adjustment to civilian life, Canadians and other veterans themselves are mobilizing to support our heroes. Can the Minister of Veteran Affairs tell the House how our government is helping those who support our veterans? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. He's absolutely right. Canadians and other veterans are mobilizing to help those who have served our country. Since we launched the Veterans and Family Wellbeing Fund, we've been able to invest in innovative projects like the Veteran Homelessness Project in Fredericton and the Legion Veterans Village in Surrey. Whether supporting women, veterans, families, mental health, or employment and rehabilitation initiatives, this fund helps veterans from coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has affirmed every argument regarding the overreach of this government's disastrous Impact Assessment Act. Its effects have been over $100 billion of projects cancelled. No major projects have proceeded. 42 projects are in limbo. First Nations can't get roads built to their communities. This bull-headed ideology has broken Canada's regulatory system. After 8 years, will this NDP Liberal government finally take a lesson, abide by the Constitution, and stay in their lane?
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of the Harper government, they gutted environmental regulation and still got nothing built. Our government is continuing to review the ruling, and we'll have more information to share soon about aligning existing legislation with the Supreme Court's ruling. We have previously said the current system will remain in place. We will have more to share soon, including any changes or guidance on the project. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have zero credibility on the environment. They're just not worth the risk.
Once again, before we continue with questions, I'll ask members please to limit their comments to the people who have the floor. Honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Well, I advise the member across the way that the last project was built in 2016 was under the previous government's environmental assessment regime, LNG Canada. But the Chief Justice is clear in his statements. He says very clearly the federal government cannot overstep its boundaries into provincial jurisdiction. Who else has said this bill was an immense overreach? Every province, over 100 First Nations, industry groups across the country, this Conservative Party, and anyone who can read the Constitution. Will this NDP Liberal government finally accept this decision, respect provinces, and stay in their lane?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier, when the Conservatives were in office, they gutted the environmental protection, eroded public trust, discouraged investment, and made it harder, not easier, to build projects. This was why we delivered better rules for environmental assessments to help move projects forward. While we are making amendments to the Act, the Supreme Court was clear. This Parliament can enact legislation to protect the environment. The Conservative Party's plan to eliminate the environmental protections and disregard Indigenous rights is reckless, unacceptable. That leader of the opposition is not worth the risk.
L'honorable député de Regina-Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Netherlands agreed to buy liquefied natural gas from the Middle Eastern dictatorship of Qatar for the next 27 years. Last week, France agreed to buy LNG from Qatar for the same amount of time. This is in addition to similar LNG deals that Germany recently signed with Middle Eastern dictatorships.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, does this Liberal NDP government still believe there is no business case for Canadian LNG exports?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, it's really shameful that the Conservative Party would use this humanitarian situation to peddle conspiracy theories. We need to work with our allies and delivering clean energy that they're asking for, whatever it's hydrogen or reactors. If the member of the opposition actually cares about supporting Canadian energy and allies, they would not have voted against Bill C-49, which has created good jobs, improved global security, and helped our allies.
Absolutely. L'honorable député de Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, we know that some Canadians are really struggling with the cost of living, and I recognize the outstanding support of our Muslim Food Bank, the Surrey Food Bank, the Gurdwara Duke Nirvan Sahib and Fleetwood Port Kells, all stepping up to provide relief in Surrey and the south of Fraser. Their efforts complement steps our government's also taken to help with the community and help them cope. To those looking to us for help through these tough times, can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development tell us what Canadians should expect next?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. I have great news. Today, 3.5 million Canadians and over 6 million children will receive the Canada Child Benefit. I know raising children is expensive, especially now when the cost of necessities is high. Since 2016, this benefit has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. This is just one more way that our government is supporting Canadian families.
L'honorable député de Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, the Liberal government has let a shipbreaking company in Union Bay break rules in sensitive fish habitats. This could put this important ecosystem and 50% of the BC shellfish industry at risk, threatening up to 500 jobs in the local economy. Local First Nations governments and residents are asking the Liberals to stop extending the permit for the Miller Freeman to be allowed to sit above the high tide zone. Will the government stop allowing this dangerous activity and further develop shipbreaking regulations to protect coastal communities?
Yes. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Coast Guard is aware of an incident involving abandoned vessels in Union Bay, British Columbia. The Coast Guard is working with the government of BC, and it's ready to assist with the situation as required. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Coast Guard has reminded the parties involved of their obligations under the Canada Shipping Act. We will continue to monitor the situation, Mr. Speaker, and will be ready to assist local officials if required.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government suffers from amnesia. It forgot its election promise to Toronto to help the city with its deficit, and it's forgotten the 1951 UN Convention to the Status of Refugees, of which Canada is a signatory with obligations to support refugees we accept. Under the Resettlement Assistance Program, the government's supposed to help refugees get essential services and support for basic needs. Mr. Speaker, given last summer's debacle as refugees and asylum seekers slept on the streets, can the minister confirm the government will provide Toronto financial support to avoid a repeat, or does the government want to see refugees sleep in the snow?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the number of refugees worldwide grows, Canada continues to protect the world's most vulnerable and be a leader in refugee resettlement. In 2020, Canada resettled 1/3 of all refugees around the world. In addition, between January and July of 2023, Canada has resettled 27,400 refugees, over half of our 2023 target of 51,300. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This brings to the end of oral questions. I recognize the member from Calgary Shepherd on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at the standing orders, I'm raising a point of order on Standing Order 16. The member for Whitby, I believe, made a very serious allegation against the member for, he has a long writing name, so Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. During the exchange in question period, the member for Whitby claimed that a member falsely claimed, not alleged, not made an allegation, but falsely claimed, which means that he's implying that the member misled this House and was lying to the House. I wonder if the member for Whitby could clarify whether he was saying that the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Isles, Real Lakes was in fact lying, which would be a breach of privilege to the House to mislead the House. And if not, I invite him to retract and apologize for his statement.
I recognize the member from Kingston and the Islands, also on a point.
On that
recognize
point of order, Mr. Speaker, I think that even from the explanation that the member just gave, he's uncertain as to what the intent was. So, therefore, I don't think it would be appropriate to be calling on somebody to apologize without even fully understanding what they said.
Before I give a quick response to the member from Calgary-Shepherd on this, I want to, if the member from Whitby would like to rise, he's welcome to do so. I thank the member from Calgary-Shepherd. I'm going to take this back, and I will come back to the member at the first possible opportunity. Recognize the member from Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
Thank you, and I appreciate this, and I do think it's important because people make state claim all the time. A member claimed. People also use the thing falsely state. That is my understanding is fair commentary, because you're not calling them a liar, but when people are making false claims, it can be called out within the parliamentary tradition, and I think you will find that we have a strong tradition of that. So I'm not exactly sure whether the person was making false claims or not, but a member can make that allegation, just as members of opposition can make allegations against the government.
I thank the member from Timmins James Bay on adding to that matter, which I will take into consideration. Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt.
Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Premier.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Émanant du Sénat. Je reconnais.
I recognize.
Oh. Excuse me. Just un instant.
One moment. I'll ask the member.
I apologize to the member, but for tabling of documents had already been passed and a call has been made. We are now on the first reading of Senate public bills. Point of order. Honourable
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if we could just get unanimous consent to allow the member to be able to table the document that he was hoping to table.
Does the parliamentary secretary, does the honourable member have unanimous consent to present a document that should have been tabled during a previous rubric?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, yeah.
Is there unanimous consent? There being unanimous consent, I do recognize on another point of order. There's unanimous consent right now. So I recognize I recognize a member from Northwest Territories because he has unanimous consent to present his document to be tabled. So going back to tabling of documents, the honourable member from Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I couldn't hear what you were saying. I have a petition to table.
Then the member is fine. We haven't reached petitions yet, so we will be going forward to. It will be there in two rubrics. That being said, let us continue where we were. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to table a petition signed by over 1,100 Canadians from Across Canada, these Canadians are calling on the Government of Canada to establish an annual aircraft maintenance engineer day on April 20th. From coast to coast to coast, Canada's aircraft maintenance engineers work hard to keep aircraft of all types and sizes safely maintained in every type of weather. They are more than deserving of a day to recognize their contributions to our country. Mr. Cho, thank you.
Thank the member. Presenting petitions, I see that the member from Saanich Gulf Islands has also given notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually today to present a petition on behalf of numerous constituents who are concerned about Canada's public transit policy and specifically sustainable public transit funding. The government's initial 10-year transit plan and the funding that municipalities can count upon will end in a few years, 2027. The petitioners are calling on this government to follow the requests and advice of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and ensure that, consistent with our climate objectives, sustainable, and also I would say about affordability is a very key issue in terms of ground transit and access to adequate, safe, reliable public transit. So the petitioners are calling on the government to extend and ensure sustainable support for public transit across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Also presenting petitions, I see the member from Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today, so let me start with the first one. The first one comes from constituents in my riding that are drawing the attention of the House to the increasing levels of divorce rates. In fact, one of the points they raise is Canada now has the highest rate of common law relationships among G7 countries, with the share of co-residing common law couples increasing from 6% in 1981 to 23% in 2021. They're saying that the federal child support guidelines created under the Divorce Act fail to reflect that diversity and complexity today. So this is what they are calling for from the Government of Canada, the Minister of Justice, to initiate a statutory review of the Divorce Act, specifically concerning the federal child support guidelines, which takes into account the evolving reality of blended families, variance of income over time, and better reflects the needs of children in shared custody situations. That's the first petition. The second petition is signed by over 1,500 Canadians from all across the country, and they're concerned about the self-administration of the citizenship ceremony. They're drawing the attention of the House that since 1947, this has been a tradition for new Canadians to swear an oath in person and live, that 2/3 of submissions during the time that this was considered in the Canada Gazette opposed the proposed change by the Government of Canada, and are calling for the four following things from the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. The first, to abandon plans to permit self-administration of the citizenship oath. 2, to revert to in-person ceremonies as a default, with virtual ceremonies limited to 10% of all ceremonies. 3, focus on administration processing efficiencies prior to citizenship ceremonies where most frustrations are. And finally, 4, explore evening and weekend ceremonies to improve accessibility with more flexible scheduling management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to present a petition on behalf of 823 signatories based on the work of medical students from the Canadian Federation of Medical Students, specifically Ethan Kendler, Winnie Fu, and Kathy Zhang. In light of the ever-increasing and tragic and preventable deaths as a result of the toxic substance crisis, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to refine the national approach to treating substance use disorder to emphasize evidence-based harm reduction strategies like safe consumption sites, safer supply, and drug checking services, to provide additional conditional funding to provinces for the implementation and expansion of these programs in order to facilitate access, and 3, incorporate decriminalization of simple possession of substances in the national overdose strategy in order to allow substance use disorder to be treated as a medical and social issue rather than a criminal one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 15th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. People are scared to leave their homes. Businesses face constant threats from the same repeat offenders. But this Liberal government says not to worry. They told the people of Swan River that their bureaucratic pan-Canadian strategic framework on rural crime will bring a feeling of safety to rural communities. Unfortunately, no one knows what this program does and where it is. We need jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders, not another framework. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that the Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Me too. Honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Speaker, it's not a surprise that I'm tabling this petition, given that there was forest fires across my riding that divided my riding this summer. These petitioners cite that there's a climate emergency crisis in our country, Madam Speaker, and that Canada's temperatures are rising faster than overall global temperatures. Extreme weather events, including unprecedented droughts, hurricanes, floods, and forest fires, like I cited in my riding, are destroying lives, homes, communities, and our forests. 120,000 Canadians have been driven from their homes, and young people are grieving. They're feeling hopeless and anxious about a frightening future. They feel abandoned by a government that is failing to act decisively to counteract the worsening climate catastrophe. They're calling on the government. They cite that they're urgently calling the government to legislate and swiftly enact an economically prudent oil and gas emissions reduction plan. This target of this plan would be to reduce oil and gas emissions by 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. And they want to do this by placing legislated monitoring emissions cap, an emissions cap that delivers absolute emission reductions and includes methane, removes all publicly financed tax exemptions to the oil and gas sector, and eliminates all inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by January 1st, 2024, and redirect this money to the urgent development of proven clean energy. And lastly, stopping all government assumption of transfer of risk and provision of goods and services to fossil fuel companies, and prohibit those fossil fuel companies from using offsets or exemptions on exported fuels. Thank you.
And last not but least, the honourable member from Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is calling upon this place to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the infliction of harm on a preborn child as aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in the criminal code. At the stage of sentencing, after someone has been found guilty, they want to see aggravating circumstances required. Their rationale is that it well-established fact to all of us, and we know this, that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. Currently, the injury or death of preborn children as victims of crime are not considered aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in our criminal code, which means they may or may not be considered, and often they are not. Canada has no abortion law, and they indicate that this legal void is so extreme that we aren't even in a place in this House to recognize preborn children as victims of violent crimes. And finally, justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and or her preborn child should be sentenced accordingly. The sentence should match the crime. And secondly, Speaker, these individuals are calling on this place to respect the right of every Canadian to health freedom. Their explanation is that freedom of choice in health care is becoming increasingly curtailed and further threatened by legislation and statutory regulations of this Government of Canada. They say that it is a fundamental right for individuals to be able to choose how to prevent illness or how to address illness or injury in their own bodies. And Canadians want the freedom to decide how they will prevent illness or how they will address illness or injury in their own bodies, as they always have. And Canadians are competent and able to make their own health decisions without state interference. Therefore, these petitioners call upon this Parliament to guarantee the right of every Canadian to health freedom by enacting the Charter of Health Freedom drafted for the Natural Health Product Protection Association on September 4th, 2008. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. Any other petitions? Questions
on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
D'accord. D'accord.
Agreed.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour. Government
Bills
Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-38, an act to amend the Indian Act, new registration entitlements.
Je reconnais le député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
I recognize the honourable member Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak today to Bill C-38, an act to amend the Indian Act. It corrects major errors made in the past regarding the status of many First Nations people. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, but also as a member of the Huron-Wendat Nation. Let me make one thing clear from the outset. The Indian Act is a colonial law. It established a system of domination and ghettoization. The name itself is as racist as the N-word. There's still a disgusting term on my card. I have an Indian status card. Cosmetic changes or changes of vocabulary don't change the fact that this is a statute on ghettoization, a statute put in place by a conqueror to park people on reserves. It's a legacy of British colonialism, whose culture was imitated in Canadian colonialism. The Indian Act must be repealed and replaced by a new respectful regime that would emerge from a dialogue between nations. International relations start at home. Be that as that may, the bill, even though it amends the Indian Act, remains highly relevant. The spirit of C-38 stands against injustices perpetuated by the Indian Act, which continue to cast a shadow over our own time. It courageously tackles evils that continue to impede deregistration, enfranchisement, and reaffiliation. This noble bill embodies a common quest and a never-ending conversation with Indigenous nations stretching across our vast land. No less than 50 virtual sessions held from August to December 2022 allowed First Nations, Indigenous organizations, and all concerned to dialogue and express themselves. The government anticipates that some 3,500 individuals will be granted the right to registration as a result of these amendments, opening the door to redressing many historical errors. This bill, like a little breath of fresh air, offers thousands of Canadians of Indigenous heritage the chance to reconnect with their cultural heritage. It gives them access to rights rooted in their status in Canada and goes far beyond that by allowing them to fully reclaim their identity. Before 1985, enfranchisement was a sinister policy of assimilation under the Indian Act. Under this abominable law, First Nations people were deprived of their right to registration and attachment to their community of origin. Enfranchisement could be requested voluntarily or imposed by the government, whether on the basis of occupation or residence abroad for 5 years. When men were emancipated, their wives and children automatically followed suit. Entire families and their descendants were therefore stripped of their right to registration, membership, and all associated benefits under the Indian Act. In 1985, Bill C-31 adopted new categories under Section 6 of the Act for determining eligibility for registration, which restored access to registration for a large number of people and their first-generation descendants. As part of these changes, the enfranchisement process was eliminated from the Act. Individuals who had already been emancipated voluntarily or involuntarily could therefore apply to have their registration reinstated. Although the registration and membership sections of the Indian Act were amended in 2011, with Bill C-3, the Gender Equity in Indian Registration Act, and in 2017 with Bill S-3, which was an act to amend the Indian Act in response to the Quebec Superior Court decision in the case of Deschenaux versus Quebec. These legislative provisions, or rather revisions, were primarily aimed at eradicating gender inequities in registration. However, other injustices rooted in the sinister past of enfranchisement remain insidiously persistent. Descendants of those who were once subjected to enfranchisement still find themselves unable to pass on their registration rights in the same way as those unaffected. Those who were enfranchised as members of a band or community remain excluded from registration today. The advent of Bill C-38 promises better days ahead. Following its passage, many people will have their registration category changed. Others will be newly eligible for registration. What's more, if the issues of individual and collective enfranchisement are resolved, nearly 3,500 people could access registration. Currently, the Indian Act does not provide for the possibility of voluntary removal from the register at the express request of those affected. Thanks to the proposed amendments, however, it will be possible to request removal from the Indian Register for various reasons, such as the intention to join Indigenous tribes in the United States, which do not grant registration rights to persons registered under the Indian Act, the decision to identify as a Métis person, the decision to no longer appear on the Federal Indian Register, or the withdrawal of consent to be registered as an adult for those whose registration was consented to by their parents when they were children. Bill C-38 in all its leniency will ensure that when a person's name is removed from the register, they retain the legal right to register under the Indian Act, the right to register in the future, the right to pass on this precious legacy to one's descendants. For some, this issue is of paramount importance for controlling their identity. For others, it's an obstacle to joining other Indigenous groups, such as the Métis, when their ancestry is mixed. This situation has long hindered many people's access to essential services and benefits that should have been accorded to them within the group to which they aspire to belong. For instance, Métis people lose their right to the Métis identity if they're registered under the Indian Act. Bill C-38 will give them the right and opportunity to have their names removed from the Indian Register. When a person is deregistered, they will be deprived of all access to programs, services, regulations, and benefits associated with registration under the Indian Act. Even if they choose to re-register at a later date, the corresponding benefits will not be reinstated for the period during which they were removed from the register. However, anyone who opts for deregistration retains their right to registration under the Indian Act, including the possibility of reinstating their status in the future. When a woman is registered under the Indian Act and is a member of the band in which she was born, i.e., her father's or mother's band, she is referred to as a member of her natal band. If C-38 passes, it will recognize the acquired rights of all individuals to their membership in their natal band. This bill will establish a legal framework to allow women who were automatically transferred to their husband's band list upon marriage to re-affiliate with their natal band, just as their descendants will be able to re-establish their link with their maternal natal band. Bill C-38 offers a valuable opportunity to re-establish crucial cultural and community ties for First Nations women and their families. As a response to historical wrongs perpetuated by Ottawa and its racist, sexist, and discriminatory legislation against Indigenous people, it is imperative to remain vigilant and ensure that the bill does not itself become an indirect instrument of assimilation and cultural erasure by allowing overly broad access to their recognized status for those unfamiliar with Indigenous cultures. The restricted, though not insignificant, scope of those now eligible does not seem to carry the risk of diluting Indigenous identity, luckily, as the Indian Act once did, accompanied by its terrible ethnocide. It should be noted that Indigenous groups consulted by the Bloc Québécois don't consider this risk to be imminent. However, they remain vigilant. It's imperative for this bill to be considered in its entirety, with careful attention paid to its consequences and fallout, and ensure that it actually does redress past injustices while respecting Indigenous rights and identity.
Since the 19th century, women and their descendants have been the victims of blatant gender-based discrimination when it comes to registering and band membership. In 1869, with the passage of the Gradual Emancipation Act, the definition of Indian was no longer based on family ties or membership in a First Nations community. The act was deliberately designed to exclude non-Indigenous male-headed families from First Nations communities based on the supremacy of men over women and children. The 1869 Act also included a provision concerning interracial marriages known as the Exclusion by Marriage Rule, which was retained in the first Indian Act of 1876. This rule deprived Indigenous women of the right to register if they married a non-Indigenous man, while non-Indigenous women who married an Indigenous man enjoyed this right. In addition, children of Indigenous fathers married to non-Indigenous women were entitled to registration under the Act, while the children of Indigenous mothers married to non-Indigenous men were not. That is clearly a flagrant inequality. In 1951, registration underwent major changes, including the creation of a centralized Indian register. Subsequent amendments further reinforced discrimination against women and their descendants, notably the mother-grandmother rule. Gender-based discrimination in the Indian Act was challenged under national and international human rights law. This highlighted the fact that women were being excluded from First Nations communities and denied the opportunity to retain their Indigenous identity under the eyes of Canadian law. For decades, Indigenous women struggled to assert their rights before the courts, challenging the patriarchal provisions of the Indian Act. In the 60s and 70s, women like Jeannette Laval of the and you'll have to excuse me if I occasionally mispronounce these terms, Jeannette Laval of the Wikwemigong First Nation, Yvonne Bédard of the Six Nations of the Grand River First Nation, elder and activist Mary Tu Axe Early of Kanien'kehá:ka, and Senator Sandra Lovelace Nicholas of the Maliseet Nation. They all took legal action to challenge the Indian Act's discrimination against women and their descendants. These courageous women paved the way for reform and justice, helping to advance the cause of Indigenous women's rights and to combat the systemic injustice that has long marked the history of the Indian Act. The Chief Commissioner of the Commission on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, or MMIWG, Marion Buller, stated that despite their different circumstances and backgrounds, all missing and murdered women and girls share a common context of economic, social, and political marginalization, racism, and misogyny that sadly are entrenched in Canadian society. And that's the end the quote there. As much as Indigenous communities need to build, Quebecers and Canadians need to become aware of the collective trauma experienced by these communities. They need to understand it and make sure that this kind of thing never happens again. According to Quebec Native women, this is a quote, "In the case of many disappearances or murders, it could be argued that responsibility for the criminal act lies solely with the person who inflicted the injuries that led to death. Indeed, this was the interpretation advocated by Canada's previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, when he emphasized the criminal nature of Indigenous women's deaths in this country, rather than their sociological nature. Beyond the act of physical violence by one individual against another, it is the accumulation of that violence that led to their death. According to Viviane Michel, the speaker for Quebec Native Women, a spokesperson for Quebec Native Women, it's vital that Indigenous women, families, and communities be heard by a commission. She added that understanding the deep roots of the systemic discrimination faced by Indigenous women is a duty to ensure that their dignity and safety are respected. Unquote. By listening to the various testimonies of Indigenous women, Quebec Native Women has identified 4 types of violence. Structural violence. This all-encompassing form of violence refers to the systemic effects of the policies of erasure and assimilation implemented by successive governments since at least the middle of the 19th century. The Indian Act is the quintessential example of a system that oversees all areas of First Nations political, economic, social, legal, and cultural life. The second type of violence is institutional violence. The second form of violence, necessarily stemming from the first, concerns more directly the impacts associated with particular institutional regimes, whether it be education, health, or public safety. The case of residential schools is a compelling example. Not only did this violence manifest itself in the lives of those who survived the schools, the consequences have spanned generations and permanently altered the life trajectory of thousands of children, insinuating themselves into every sphere of their existence. The third type of violence is family violence. This expression is commonly used in the Indigenous context to underline the fact that violence does not only concern couples, but also children and possibly other people living with or around the family. And the fourth and final type of violence, personal violence. Finally, this last form of violence covers manifestations linked to physical violence, psychological manipulation, and financial control involving individuals. In their descriptions of these forms of violence, the families and survivors who spoke to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls all linked their experiences to colonialism in its historical or modern forms through one or another of 4 major factors: historical, multi-generational, and intergenerational trauma, social and economic marginalization, maintenance of the status quo and institutional blindness, refusal to recognize Indigenous and women's and girls' capacity for action and expertise. In the case of Canada's Indigenous people, the trauma is both individual and collective. Expert witness Amy Bombay said at the Child and Family Welfare hearing that she stressed the importance of this concept of historical trauma as a way of referring to the emotional and psychological wounding repeated over a lifetime and transmitted from one generation to the next as a result of major collective trauma. It is, in fact, the response to this trauma that perpetuates the colonialist legacy that has become embedded in all Indigenous cultures in Canada. This response, which may take different forms, social problems, is always aimed at surviving the trauma. So the Government of Canada and the clergy planned this collective trauma, the ultimate goal of which was the disappearance of all Indigenous communities and to leave them to fend for themselves in dealing with the consequences. One day we'll have to face up to this reality. We have a duty to remember, precisely because the past determines our present and our future. But in the present case, this duty to remember only makes sense if we learn from the past. If, as the Prime Minister of Canada has accustomed us to, we're to shed crocodile tears and be content to continue under the Indian Act, our collective duty to remember would be fulfilled in vain. We need to build an independent regime. Ideally, this is what the Bloc would like to see, an independent Quebec, based on a new, respectful dialogue between nations, all nations. That dialogue has to be respectful. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I must say, I do appreciate the many examples that the member has brought forward in talking about the real need. And I think it amplifies the importance of Bill C-38. I know from personal experience in dealing with constituents, in particular a very good dear friend of mine, Mr. Chartrand, where we've been trying as much as possible to make sure that there is some justice in regards to getting registered and being identified of one's heritage. And it has caused a great deal of frustration. And I'm wondering if he can just provide his thoughts, because it is important in recognizing as we move forward that the leadership has got to be driven from Indigenous communities, that this is an important aspect that we have to ensure that we turn to that leadership to make sure that we're getting it right. Would he not agree?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Of course, when it was suggested to me that I make this speech, of course I bounced it off my leadership. But when we talk about leadership, there's that expression, it takes two to tango. So you have to listen to both sides. The dialogue has to be two-sided. And unfortunately, I often get the feeling that things take way too long to even start to budge in this place. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows. Thank you very much. I was wondering, and I would ask the bloc member, why did the Liberals take so long to introduce this bill? Well, not introduce it, but we're at second reading now. But they introduced this bill a year ago. Why have they been dragging their feet? Does that reveal a lack of sincerity or a lack of energy when it comes to First Nations? Does my colleague have any comment on that? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I would say, well, thanks. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on your efforts in French, sincerely. I understood your question perfectly, so way to go. Now, it's very hard for me. I would refrain from trying to explain Liberal behavior because I think on my deathbed I still won't know the answer to that question. That said, I'd like to come back to something I said previously, and that is at some point you have to stop talking, you have to stop holding public ceremonies, you have to stop crying crocodile tears. At some point, you have to stop pretending that, oh, this is all so tragic. At some point, eventually, you have to do something. You have to take action. Why has it taken so long? How is it possible to have taken so long? It's unacceptable. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The structural violence that was committed against Indigenous identity, Indigenous language, Indigenous families, we also have to talk about the resistance to defend that identity. And this is why I think it's so important, and I thank my colleague for his speech. We have to be rooted in the history of this country, what happened. I will talk about Beaver House. Beaver House is a community between the Algonquins of Temiskaming and Abitibi-Winnie and the Ojibwe of Matachewan, and yet they were ignored by the federal government, who said they weren't a real band. So for 100 years, they had no legal rights to represent themselves, no legal rights to defend their families. So when the 60s scoop came, they went after communities like Beaver House to trash them, to destroy them. Chief Marcia Martel Brown led the legal battle to bring the children home. It changed Canadian law because this little community stood up. It's only last year that they were finally recognized as a band. They've been on their land since time immemorial. So I want to ask my honourable colleague, colonialism destroyed and attacked communities in different ways, but to repair the damage, and our obligation, is going to take a multifaceted approach. What does my honourable colleague think about the need to address the individual impacts that were done by various communities and various nations by the colonial system across this country?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I want to make sure I understood correctly. That was interesting, the situation that was just described. I think it goes without saying that one thing that's always bugged me is when people say Aboriginals, and obviously it's a shortcut. It's quicker to say it that way, but Indigenous people are not homogenous. It's not one nation. It's multiple nations with multiple languages. They all have their own interests and culture and language, and so we have to be sensitive to those differences. So it's a bit like saying people of the earth. Obviously, there's a lot of commonalities between peoples of the earth, but we can't all be treated as if we're identical. So when you're dealing with adults, that's the approach you have to take, and not the colonial approach. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte on his eloquent speech. He himself is a member of the Huron-Wendat Nation. He knows what he's talking about, and I think he showed how much he cares about the issue. And in Quebec, we truly believe in a nation-to-nation. It's nice that he didn't talk about a Crown Indigenous relationship, but rather a nation-to-nation. And there was a question from a Liberal earlier about how this is an attempt to patch up a fundamentally archaic and racist bill. And my colleague said the Indian Act should just be ripped up. We should tear it up and start on a brand new basis in an intelligent nation-to-nation way. And the Liberal member's response to my suggestion was that there was no consensus among First Nations in Canada. So once again, this claim is being made that it's up to the federal government to try to find that consensus. But my question for my colleague, who is himself a member of the Huron-Wendat Nation, what's his perception as a member of a First Nation of how things should be done in order to try to build consensus among First Nations? The honourable member. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague, my neighbor and friend for his question. I would say that let's be clear about one thing. The very name of that act, even if it's a little bit less bad than its predecessor title, but that's a sign that it should be repealed. I always feel a bit sick to my stomach when I have to name this act. There are Indians in this world. They live in India. It's not the First Nations. It's not the Métis. It's not the Inuit. Indians live in India, and what we're talking about here is Indigenous people. And as was said previously, each one of those people should not be all put in the same, lumped together in the same basket or painted with the same brush. And there are a number of provisions in the current legislation. In this bill, there are some beneficial things. But what we really need to do is start from scratch. And I'm not saying that it would be the same legislation that would apply to all First Nations, but what needs to be done is that we need to listen to each individual First Nation. If there's no consensus, then that's fine. If there's no consensus for or against, it cuts both ways. I'd like to thank the honourable member, but he's had more than 30 seconds now. I've been trying to signal to him that he needed to wrap up. We have time for one last quick question.
Thank you, Speaker. In the 2021-22 departmental results report for the Department of Indigenous Services Canada, it indicates that their ability to meet the targets that they set for themselves was only achieved at a level of 26%. In other words, of the goals they set for themselves, they were only able to achieve 26% of them. Does my colleague, who has indicated his own membership as a member of a First Nation, does he think that the department that is meant to provide the services to First Nations people across our country, achieving 26% of their targets that they set for themselves, indicates that this government is serious about its commitment to meeting the challenges faced by First Nations people across our country?
The honourable member has a few seconds only. Well, a quick question, so a quick answer. Sorry for missing your signals earlier. It's not that I don't respect your authority as Speaker, so my quick answer is no.
Reprise du débat. Nous allons de façon
Resuming debate virtually now, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Before the Indian Act, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit thrived and passed on intergenerational love from generation to generation. The Indian Act is an attempt to erase Indigenous peoples from these lands we now call Canada. Bill C-38 is about status. It could have been about addressing discrimination to the fullest extent. I struggle to support Bill C-38, an act to amend the Indian Act. I am conflicted and disappointed to witness yet another form of incremental change proposed by this Liberal government. As the Indian Act Sex Discrimination Working Group have clearly stated, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples have, quote, the right not to be subjected to forced assimilation or destruction of their culture, end quote. This bill does not meet this minimum standard. For decades, First Nations have fought for their rights to be upheld. If Bill C-38 is passed as it is, discrimination against First Nations women and their families will continue. There are two reasons I support getting this bill to committee. Number one, while experts say it does not go far enough, this bill is needed. And number two, the failings of this bill to respect the rights of Indigenous peoples will be shown through public discourse at committee stage that amendments are necessary. Bill C-38 was tabled because of a court case, Nicholas versus Canada. It is not because government is taking a proactive, cooperative approach to reconciliation. In introducing this bill, it is a minimum requirement set out in this case. After years of discrimination caused by enfranchisement in the Indian Act, 16 courageous plaintiffs sued the Canadian government in June 2021. They agreed to pause proceedings on the condition that legislation be introduced to address this inequity. The Liberals' commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is abysmal. If their commitment was real, Bill C-38 would be fulsome. It would have addressed all discriminatory provisions of the Indian Act. Incremental change are not sufficient to ensure the advancement of Indigenous peoples' rights. I acknowledge that the Indian Act must be abolished. It is a complicated, assimilative tool going back generations. This Liberal government has shown it is not ready to abolish the Act. Bill C-38, like previous court cases, make amendments that are narrow in scope. Future court cases will be imminent if amendments are not made to this bill. Discrimination will be allowed to continue without the ability to seek reparations. This Liberal government has shown it is not ready to undertake the full-scale reconciliation needed to adhere to international law as the governing party. The following background will be the tip of an iceberg. All parliamentarians must commit to learning more about the Indian Act and how it continues to implement the genocide of Indigenous peoples. The Indian Act was established in 1867. John A. Macdonald understood the strength of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis as a threat to his causes. He had to find a way to weaken them. The Indian Act was the tool to continue the process of genocide against the First Peoples that thrived on these lands that we now call Canada. The Indian Act is a not long ago piece of legislation that was introduced in 1867. The act remains today. Since its inception, the Indian Act continues to deny equality for First Nations. The Indian Act allows discrimination without justification. The Indian Act denies women status and therefore rights by gaining status. The Indian Act introduced residential schools, created reserves, and imposed a band council system. The Indian Act tells First Nations who can have status and who cannot. Before the creation of bands by this act, Indigenous peoples had their own forms of governance. I am thankful to the strength of those that maintain their governance. I am thankful to Inuit elders. I am thankful to hereditary chiefs. I am thankful to the Wet'suwet'en. I am thankful to the Siwayham family and many others who keep Indigenous legal orders alive. The Canadian government has known about sex-based inequities in the Indian Act for decades. Bills C-31 in 1985, C-3 in 2011, and S-3 in 2017 have attempted to eliminate sex-based inequities. None of these bills worked to the fullest extent. What they did is complicate Indigenous identity for some and not for others. The Indian Act continues to divide Indigenous peoples against each other. With each amendment, the Indian Act became more complex and confusing to navigate for Indigenous peoples. Indeed, I am told by many how confusing it is to know if they have status or how to get status, or if their children will be able to get it. They ask, what are the implications of being removed? It is a shame that in 2020, the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada tabled one of 3 reports after S3 to amend the Indian Act was passed. The final report made recommendations that are not being addressed in C-38 by the Minister of Indigenous Services of Canada today. As of 2020, there were over 12,000 applications for status still needing review. The special S3 processing units created in 2016 as of February 2023 have 1,770 files that are in progress and 3,990 files in queue. This bill does nothing to address this backlog. First Nations are waiting up to 18 months for a decision by Indigenous Services Canada. This is unacceptable. Bill C-38 will address enfranchisement, deregistration, loss of NATO band membership, and certain offensive languages. These are long-awaited amendments that Indigenous peoples have demanded for decades. Enfranchisement is a particular genocidal policy and a clear example of Canada's attempts to assimilate Indigenous peoples. Enfranchisement was either voluntary or involuntary. Women were enfranchised when they married a non-Indigenous man between the years of 1869 to 1985. Other examples of enfranchisement included going to university, becoming a doctor or lawyer, or being ordained as a minister. Yet others included seeking to vote, and if one sought freedom from residential schools. Amendments introduced in 1985 attempted to remove enfranchisement. Obviously, this did not work. Bill C-38 will still discriminate against women and children who were involuntarily enfranchised. Descendants are unable to transmit entitlement to registration to the same extent as those families who were never enfranchised. Those who enfranchised as a band or a collective have no entitlement to register under the Indian Act today. Turning to deregistration, it provides for removing status from membership. There can be any number of reasons to deregister. These provisions keep the safety of not impacting children of those who may have deregistered. The third component of Bill C-38 is on natal band membership. Bill C-38 will provide a legal mechanism to reaffiliate women to their natal bands. This amendment serves to allow for membership to be reinstated on a band list based on specific conditions. It addresses reinstatement of membership for a group of individuals that were originally prevented from being based on oversight. Finally, it will amend outdated language, which is a small but important step. The offensive language regarding First Nations peoples who require dependency on others will be amended. The offending definition of, quotes, mentally incompetent Indian will be replaced with dependent person. Bill C-38 will address these cases, and it is estimated it will impact around 4,000 people. Many more will remain discriminated against. The Liberals had a chance to remove discrimination from the Indian Act once and for all. Bill C-15 on the United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples became law in Canada. The Liberals had a chance to introduce this bill so that it is in alignment with international law. Instead, they are introducing more piecemeal legislation. The past court challenges, Dageneau versus Canada, McIver versus Canada, Matson versus Canada, make it clear. The Senate Committee on Aboriginal Peoples make it clear. The Indian Act Sex Discrimination Working Group make it clear. So many more make it clear. This Liberal government pattern of reluctant, piecemeal changes in response to litigation are unjust. There is no justification for Canada to ignore, indeed, infringe Indigenous peoples' rights. Parliaments will debate again after the passage of Bill C-38 why it is not okay to keep disrespecting Indigenous peoples and infringing on their rights. Two other major issues not addressed are the second generation cutoff and the ability to seek reparations. The second generation cutoff in Section 6.2 is not addressed in Bill C-38. Shocking, given how much attention has been paid attention to this section in past works. In its S3 review, the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada reported on it. The Indian Act Sex Discrimination Working Group, in its works, reported on it. The Senate Committee on Indigenous Peoples reported on it. They all recommended to remove provisions related to the second generation cutoff. If bands reject second generation cutoff, it is because they are not being properly resourced by Indigenous Services Canada to meet the needs of their increasing membership. Section 6.2 is a sexist and it is problematic. Who is a child's mother is usually readily apparent. Who is the father is not always apparent. Whether the father acknowledges his paternity and thus can be counted as the second status parent for purposes of eligibility for status is essentially his decision. The two-parent rule continues Canada's program of forced assimilation. Maintenance of the two-parent rule will fulfill the genocidal intention of the Indian Act, getting rid of the Indian problem. Until this rule is amended, hundreds of thousands of Indigenous peoples, mostly women, and their descendants will be discriminated against. First Nation children were robbed of their mothers. First Nation children continue to be robbed of their mothers. The current child welfare system continues to separate Indigenous peoples from each other. The Liberals say they will consult on second-generation cutoff. Consultation should not be is discrimination. No amount of consultation will result in the justification of it. The government must interpret the rule of law as adhering to international human rights laws and the Charter. We are told by the Liberals that the public portion of this consultation will not begin until 2024. It will be much longer before legislation is drafted and presented before this House again. This tactic to delay is a denial of the rights of Indigenous peoples. We should not have to wait for discriminatory provisions to be removed. There is no justification for discrimination to be allowed to continue. Yet another form of oppression is the prevention of Indigenous peoples to seek reparations. Bill C-38 includes a specific clauses that will not allow victims of these policies to seek reparation for the discrimination they experienced. First Nation women and children will continue to be harmed, yet they will not be able to seek reparations even if discrimination is found. Last past bills, there are related provisions legislating that governments are not liable for harms done under the Act. Persons are prevented from seeking claims against the government for discrimination caused by the implementation of the Indian Act. These injustices remain in Bill C-38. Canadians, according to human rights laws, are allowed to seek reparations. Why not First Nations? Bill C-38 is a flawed proposal. While it addresses some injustices in the Indian Act, discrimination against First Nations will continue. Bill C-38 continues the Liberal incremental approach to reconciliation. The Liberals' interpretation of Nicholas v. Canada is about status. Bill C-38 must not just be about status. It must be about addressing discrimination. It must be about reconciliation. It must be about addressing violation of basic human rights. I ask again, why is it when Canadians experience human rights violations, they are allowed to seek reparations, but not First Nations? I hope that Bill C-38 can be salvaged. I hope that at committee we hear from experts explaining why improvements must be sought to ensure that First Nations rights are on par with Canadian human rights.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Destiny, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for her comments. I know she's very passionate about the issues she speaks of. I serve on the Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee with her, and I know she's very serious about solving these issues. She spent a fair amount of her time going to great lengths to explain the shortfalls of this bill, and she talked about the second generation cutoff and how much work has already been done on that. And as we've talked about today already, this bill was introduced almost a year ago, and it's taken almost a year for us to actually get to debate on this. We've had lots of time to initiate some of these changes. So my question is actually quite simple for her. With all those frustrations and all those concerns, has there been any attempt by her or her party to utilize any of these discussions to leverage their agreement, their coalition agreement with the Liberals, to actually include some of these Indigenous issues in their agreement to actually get some action?
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
For that question. When it comes to the confidence and supply agreement, we have discussed very clearly what the conditions are. When it comes to Indigenous issues, we have been clear about what we need to do and that there would be no surprises. I continue to work with the ministers that I shadow, Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, Minister of CERNAC and Northern Affairs, to make sure that we are going beyond what is said in the confidence and supply agreement so that Indigenous people's rights are being respected.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for Nunavut for her speech. Of course, like our colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot, has a lot of background for this, is very concerned and knowledgeable about the issue, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, earlier I talked about looking for consensus. It's not for the federal government to do with First Nations. And since the beginning of this debate, we've talked about looking at the Act, improving the Act, amending the Act. But in the end, my question for the member is the following. Rather than talking about an Act, should we not start talking about an agreement between the federal government and First Nations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And thank you to the member for that question. Indeed, nation-to-nation conversations are absolutely important when it comes to recognizing the right to self-determination, when it comes to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We must show through our actions what reconciliation actually means. And that means also including the use of Indigenous legal orders. And I hope that through our conversations that we continue to advance the importance of nation-to-nation relationships.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her wisdom and for her knowledge in bringing to this House on this issue. Successive Liberal and Conservatives have actually failed Indigenous, Inuit, and Métis people with their incremental approach to reconciliation. In fact, I still remember the Conservatives under the Harpers actually said the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls issues is an Indian issue. So here we are today with this bill, yet another bill of incremental approach. I wonder if the member can advise this House, what damages does she see for the people, for the women and the families on the ground that are generational as a result of Canada's colonial approach and their incremental approach to ensuring Indigenous rights are respected?
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I thank my colleague for her question. Being Inuk, I say that I've grown up in a colonial system, and people don't understand that a lot of the times. And all I have to say to better describe it is that my dad committed suicide. I was raised in a foster care system. I have too many families that I have to thank for helping to raise me to be who I am. And what the unfortunate truth about my story is that it is a common story of Indigenous peoples. What I just shared is common to so many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And what the ignorance we experience from regular mainstream Canadians, we had to start using terms like systemic racism, genocidal policies to help explain what the impacts are of these discriminatory policies, these discriminatory laws and administrative tactics to not only steal our lands, to continue to steal our time and to continue to oppress us. I am so thankful to Indigenous peoples who keep our culture alive, to Indigenous peoples who keep our languages alive.
Questions and comments. Virtually, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that at this great distance, I speak to you acknowledging that I'm the territory of Wasanac peoples who have held this land in the southern Vancouver Island and the islands I represent. I have the honor to work, and I try constantly to remember that I'm in a nation-to-nation relationship with 5 different First Nations that are on this territory, although as the chiefs will always remind me, they are Indian Act nations, and in reality, we're villages within a much larger nation of Wasanac Nation. To my honorable colleague, the Member of Parliament for Nunavut, I'm deeply honored to share a working place with her, and I appreciate her voice and her leadership more than she knows. I was so disappointed when I read Bill C-38. She confirmed for me my sense of this is just so much less than one should expect at this point. I was the first member of Parliament, as far as I know, a number of years ago, to call for the repeal of the Indian Act in the House of Commons. I turned to my colleague at the time, Romeo Saganash, and said, I'm about to call for the repeal of the Indian Act. Do you think that's okay? Because I haven't really consulted with a lot of First Nations before I call for the repeal of the Indian Act. He said to me, nobody asked us before they passed the legislation, so I think it's okay. We've got a long road to go. And it's not a slow road, and yet the steps being taken by this government are slow and often contradictory. Steps are taken that are completely contradictory to reconciliation. I just wanted to express my deep support and gratitude to this member, and let her know that where I can, I'll do what she recommends on C-38. It obviously needs.
I must unfortunately interrupt the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. For 45 seconds, I was showing her she needed to wrap up. Would the honourable member for Nunavut respond, please? Thank you.
For that statement, solidarity is so important. In a party system, it's very hard to see solidarity. So I do feel the sense of solidarity that you've shared with me. And I think that we need to talk about solidarity more often when it comes to discussing Indigenous people's rights. I started off my conversation about intergenerational love and how we lived with it since time immemorial. This government, since the federal government, since 1867, all successive governments had to strip us off of our intergenerational love. We have shown that through our strength, through our willingness to understand that our culture is too important for us to manage the wildlife, to manage the environment, we are the right people to be leaders in Canada.
We have time for a very brief question. So finally, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Métis, I'm an Indigenous Canadian, happy and pleased to see this bill coming in. It's been taking a long time. But I will say that I am concerned about the NDP Liberal, how they have really worked against Indigenous people in many respects. And I'm thinking with natural resources projects like the Northern Gateway, which were approved, which were wanted by Indigenous peoples. Why are the NDP, why are the Liberals working against Indigenous peoples? Thank you.
The honourable member has 20 seconds to answer.
When all oppressed people have been led to poverty, have been suppressed for generations, the options that they have become fewer. Industry, mining companies provide an option that look attractive because governments are failing Indigenous peoples. When Indigenous peoples are saying they support it, it's because they are the only option left. I thank the Wet'suwet'en who continue to fight against the LNG project.
Resuming debate, I inform the honourable member that you'll have 2 minutes today and the rest at the next sitting on this. So resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you so much, Speaker, and I really have appreciated hearing the debate in the House today. What it does is draw our attention to the fact that this is a very complicated issue that we really need in this House to listen to in many, many ways, far more than debate amongst ourselves. And I thank the last member for her speech and her concerns around the circumstances that our First Nations, our Indigenous peoples find themselves in. Part of the challenge, I do believe, is the fact that Indigenous communities are multiple, and they come from very different perspectives themselves. I've had conversations with young leaders in the Indigenous community who say that their circumstances are so complicated, and in their minds it will take time. But what they want to see is something that I think is really important. And I'm going to just focus on this one point and get into the bill more the next opportunity I have to speak. because it does provide strides towards reconciliation and the reversal of discrimination and inequalities within the Indian Act. But it's only a milestone in a long journey of self-determination for First Nations across Canada. And what I hear more than anything, Speaker, and I will end with this, is I hear over and over again from Indigenous individuals who want to see a good future for themselves and their families, that they do not want to be stakeholders in Canada, they want to be shareholders. And I look forward to that day with them. Thank you very much.
Comme il est 13h30.
As it is 1:30, the House will now move on to private members' business, according to the order on the order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-284, National Strategy for Eye Care Act, standing in the name of Ms. Groh.
Donc, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Terrebonne has 2 minutes and 41 seconds.
2 minutes? Non, j'ai 10 minutes. Monsieur le Président.
Oui, désolé.
Yes, I'm sorry. I misread. The honourable member for Terrebonne has her entirety of the 10 minutes.
Président.
Let justice be done, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons devant...
Mr. Speaker, we have before us a bill to institute a federal policy on eye care. It's no surprise that at a time when the federal government is failing in almost all of its core missions, borders that aren't a sieve for weapons and other issues, it's trying to divert attention by embarking on an initiative far removed from its jurisdiction. As always, the Bloc Québécois will show its good faith by studying the bill. However, it's hard to see what the federal government is doing here. Nonetheless, we can't be against apple pie. Vision loss is a plight that affects too many of our fellow citizens. So let's take a look at the problem together, see what the federal government is doing or not doing, and see how we can limit the damage. As an economist, forgive me if I start with raw data. I know Mr. Speaker is well aware of this. Let's call it occupational bias. It's important to remember the effect these problems can have on everyday life. When we lose our senses, it's our sense of security and our relationship with the world that's jeopardized. It's a loss of a link with the world. It's an experience I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Quebec's population is aging, and this is leading to an increase in healthcare needs. The demand for care for eye disorders and diseases is no exception. The economic and financial costs are already quite significant. In 2019, Canadian society paid $9.5 billion in direct costs and $4.3 billion in lost productivity directly linked to vision loss. According to the Canadian Council of the Blind, these costs will only continue to rise, especially the cost of vision loss in Canada, which could go from $32.9 billion in 2019 to $56 billion. In 2050, that's an increase of 70% in real terms over 30 years. In addition to this ever-increasing demand for healthcare, the Canadian system institutionalizes a fiscal imbalance between federal and provincial governments. This has been the case since the 90s, specifically when major cuts were made to the Canada Health and Social Transfer. In other words, Quebec does not have the ability to raise enough taxes to cover rising healthcare costs. The federal government collects too much, considering what it's actually responsible for, and it does not improve the quality of services. We know the causes, whether it's the so-called federal spending power, allowing the federal government to interfere in areas under provincial jurisdiction, or inadequate governmental transfers, the most problematic of which is the Canada Health Transfer. According to a report by the Commission on Fiscal Imbalance in 2002, this federal transfer, which interferes in areas of jurisdiction entrusted to the provinces, is accompanied by terms and conditions that undeniably limit the decision-making and budgetary autonomy of the provinces. As long as health transfers are not made broadly and flexibly, Quebec's healthcare system will have difficulty treating all Quebecers who need it, including those, obviously, those who have eye-related problems. Bill C-284 is, in fact, a step in the right direction, On the whole, it respects provincial jurisdiction, with the exception of one point, which is the first of the 4 axes of the proposed national strategy, which constitutes interference in provincial areas of jurisdiction. I think it's always important to remind the federal government that everything to do with hospitals or clinical practice falls under the jurisdiction of the government of Quebec and that of other provinces. Nevertheless, a federal eye care strategy, especially when it comes to playing a role in funding research and approving drugs or devices, was more than necessary to advance treatment in this field. That's why the Bloc Québécois, along with the Canadian Ophthalmological Society and the Canadian Association of Optometrists, will support Bill C-284. Eye health problems will become increasingly problematic as the years go by, as I said earlier. We're pleased that a bill addressing the issue is being put forward in order to make progress on this all-important issue, even though we will keep repeating that provincial jurisdiction should be respected. In spite of our support, it would have been interesting if the bill, while continuing to respect provincial jurisdictions, had been more ambitious. No one can be against developing national strategies and devoting months to raising awareness, as the bill plans to do with the month of February. However, it's transfers that Quebec's healthcare system needs. It is high time, in the wake of this bill, that the federal government finally make the health transfers to enable structuring investments to concretely help with the provision of eye care in Quebec. These transfers could enable adaptation of government online resources or offer improved health insurance coverage. Much is already done by Quebec's Ministry of Health and through its health insurance program, RAMQ. Quebec is one of the provinces with the most extensive eye coverage in Canada, and that costs money. On March 9th, Quebec raised the amounts for ocular prostheses, which had not been done for 30 years. The rest of the provinces offer coverage for eye care that vary from government to government. Provinces already have some of the work done, but there's still a lot to do. And that, of course, requires investment. We can therefore agree with the spirit of the bill and ensure that future eye care bills are more and more ambitious, particularly in terms of health transfers. Of course, the Bloc Québécois will take the necessary time to study this bill and ensure that provincial jurisdictions are always respected, and to make sure that the federal strategy complements actions already undertaken by Quebec. To not undermine is the least of the things that we can do. The Bloc Québécois will always be there to support measures enabling Quebec to take better care of its world, or of its people, rather. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. The Liberal government is not lacking in good intentions. We simply want to make sure that the government's laudable initiative doesn't degenerate once again into a nuisance for those who actually care for people in Quebec. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, very proud to rise on behalf of the New Democratic Party to talk about Bill C-284, which would establish a national strategy for eye care. I think, and I want to thank at the beginning my colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, who brought forward Motion 86 in a previous Parliament to make this a reality. I think of the fact that the Government of Canada in 2003 promised that we would have a national vision health plan, and 20 years have gone by and nothing has been done. The issue of health and vision care is fundamental to quality of life. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'll just say at the beginning, I've had bad eyes my whole life, had to wear glasses. When I realized I had a cataract, I was shocked. The effect it had on my ability to work was dramatic. I couldn't read reports. I was stunned at how fast my vision deteriorated. And yet, in the midst of the height of the COVID crisis, I was able to get into a public hospital in Canada and get treated. That and my life quality turned around immediately. And I know, much to the chagrin of Conservatives, I was back at work the next day, holding both the Conservatives and the Liberals to account. But these issues of health care and vision care are fundamental, because we see that cataracts, for example, affect 3.5 million people. Age-related macular degeneration, 1.5 million people. Glaucoma, 294,000 people. Diabetic retinopathy, 749,800 people. This is affecting people in Canada. So to have a strategy to make sure we're including vision care in the overall understanding of health care is very important. It's certainly at the heart of the New Democratic Party vision of health care from 1961 with Tommy Douglas, the belief that we need head-to-toe health care coverage for everyone in Canada, because it's not just about quality of life, it's about the impact on our economy, it's about those we love being able to live lives of dignity. Deloitte just put the cost at $33 billion in 2019, projected to be $33 billion cost in 2019 from lack of proper health care or eye care for people. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, if diagnosed early, if people have access to treatment, vision loss can be prevented in 75% of the cases. So how do we make sure that that happens? Well, it's about having timely access. It's about being able to go to an eye doctor. And I mention this because in Ontario, the Doug Ford government, the man who promised the people of Ontario he'd give them buck a beer, targeted eye care against senior citizens. So as of September 1st, what was once available for once a year eye coverage has now been moved to once every 18 months. And the Conservatives say, well, that's not a problem. It's saving us some money. But here's the kicker. When you're 84 years old and you suddenly have an eye condition worsening, to be told that you're not going to be allowed follow-up eye coverage, you'll have to wait another 18 months to be seen. That is the difference between being able to see and going blind. And yet Doug Ford said seniors are no longer eligible for that. Who else is no longer eligible is that adults with lazy eye no longer covered in Ontario. Cataracts, which I talked about earlier, and having lived through the frightening impact of suffering a cataract, you're no longer eligible to get a cataract surgery in Ontario of Doug Ford unless you can prove that it will cause a significant decreased vision. So it's up to the person who's not able to see to have to prove to the Conservative bureaucrats in Ontario whether they're eligible and whether they deserve cataract surgery. Retinal disease, Doug Ford doesn't think that's an issue that should be looked after. Corneal disease, that's no longer a priority for Doug Ford. Optic pathway disease, no longer a priority of Ford. In each case, the person must prove they're suffering significant impacts before they're eligible for treatment. Otherwise, they pay out of their pocket. And for people who can't pay out of their pocket, particularly in times of high inflation, the impact is the potential of going blind. I think any ordinary, decent human being would realize it and agree that that is a real misuse of public trust. But then this also is the government that decided instead of favoring seniors with eye care, they would look after Mr. X in the Greenbelt. And then who was his other friend? The guy who calls himself the Phoenix Kiss. Like, is this like an episode of The Sopranos? Mr. Phoenix Kiss has this statement that says, "Meet the fixer." Yeah, he really fixed Doug Ford good, didn't he, with this bogus transfer of public land so that insiders could make money. Then, of course, there was the gift at Doug Ford's family wedding. There were the developers showing up to give money. No, they don't want to stand up and defend Doug Ford? Okay, I'll continue. Then there was the gifts of money to the Doug Ford wedding party I mean, you could hear the music like right out of The Godfather. This is criminal, corporate, conservative culture to a T. This is the same people who say that, when we get into power, we're going to do nothing for people except we're going to sell off a whole bunch of buildings, public buildings, paid for by the taxpayer, to our friends. I wonder if Mr. Phoenix Kiss and Mr. X will be invited. Well, actually, Mr. X does know the member for Carleton who lives in the mansion at Stornoway. And I raise these issues, Mr. Speaker, because it's about issues of priority. That in Ontario, senior citizens have a right and should be able to know that if they have problems with cataract or degenerative visual disease, that they can get treatment, regardless of whether they are an insider developer who hangs out with the Ford family at their weddings. That's what public health care is about. The public health care is about the obligation of federal and provincial officials to put in policies that make sure that we develop the long-term benefits to the people of our country. So for the New Democratic Party, we think this issue of a vision care strategy is really important. We're going to need to see, though, of course, some standards that we put in place to protect and ensure that across Canada we are addressing the serious issues of lack of services for those who are suffering visual impairment. We know certainly those people who are blind, a real lack of services that they still require. We see this in Indigenous communities, the lack of ability to access proper treatment, especially at a young age. When you identify the inability of a child to see properly at a young age, you are able to rectify problems that will affect their learning from the get-go. I certainly remember back in grade 3 when the nuns were yelling at me because I was heckling. It was also because I couldn't see the board. And then they gave me glasses, and I became a much more focused heckler with the nuns because I had glasses. I could actually see what was being said. And I know that my laser eye now has caused a lot of problems for both Liberals and Conservatives because I stay focused on the issues. And it's not just a blur that it used to be. I can actually identify the differences between these parties and where they're both bloodily similar. And that's something that it requires really good political eye progress. So, Mr. Speaker, I am here. I would stay all day talking about the issue of proper eye coverage and the need for us to take responsibility on this issue. But I want to say that New Democrats support this bill. We think it's a good initiative. It's a bill that we've supported in the past. We supported it when it was the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. We've waited 20 long years to have a national vision care strategy, and we need to get it implemented. And we need to also start talking about long-term path to providing public coverage for all forms of eye care, because this is not this kind of care is fundamental to the value and quality of life, and it's fundamental to the value and quality of our society. So we will certainly be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Kingston-Elysile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak to Bill C-284. I'll only take a few minutes to express my support for this bill. I want to congratulate the member from Humber River Black Creek for bringing this forward. She's championed this bill at every stage. I know she's been here in the House to listen to the debate, to hear what members have to say, certainly as this made its way through committee and back to us now for the final hour of debate on it. I thought it would just be important, Mr. Speaker, to point out some of the striking statistics as it relates to the eye care and eye health of Canadians. $32.8 billion a year, or $38.2 billion is lost in the Canadian economy in the year of 2019 for when we have the data. 1.2 million Canadians are blind or partially sighted. 8 million Canadians are at risk of blindness. 1,292 deaths were associated with vision loss in 2019. And 75% of individuals can be prevented from blindness if diagnosed early. Unfortunately, we all take our eyesight for granted until it's often too late. And so what Bill C-284 does and attempts to establish, Mr. Speaker, is raising awareness of the impact of vision loss and blindness, improving eye health care and support, and fostering innovative research to advance new therapies for vision loss. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to try to put ourselves in the shoes of somebody. I have a close friend of mine. Of course, won't name him by name because I don't want to embarrass him, but I have a close friend of mine who, as a result of a genetic problem that he has with his eyes, he's slowly starting to lose his vision. And he is an individual who works in a technical field that requires him to always be looking at what he's doing and using his hands, sometimes on very small instruments. And for him, I think to myself quite often, what will happen when he gets to that point like his father did, and he won't be able to have the vision that he requires to do his job. So let's just for a second think of the impact that has on somebody, not just from an economic perspective, because obviously they'll be at a disadvantage, but also from the perspective of how it psychologically affects them. And so I think that having a strategy for how we will address issues like this, how we will support Canadians like this, how we will do more research and education around strategies related to individuals' vision and the deterioration of it, I think is incredibly important. So I just do want to say again that I congratulate the member from Humber River Black Creek for bringing forward this very important piece of legislation. I express my support for it. I have heard around the House of others supporting it. I really hope that this will pass and make its way over to the Senate where we can have it see adopted there and then become law. That's all I have to say on it, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much.
Resuming debate in just a minute. The honourable member from Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was expecting the member to go a lot longer, so I wasn't quite prepared for that. But I rise today to speak on an important matter, the future of eye care in Canada. Bill C-284, presented by the honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek, addresses a matter of national concern and ensures that Canadians have access to a coordinated and comprehensive eye care response. I thank the member opposite for bringing this bill forward, and I'm happy that we have had some productive discussions over its contents. I know one of my first concerns when I heard about the bill is the overreaching of power between the federal and the provincial government, because this does end up in the hands of healthcare, and that's up to the responsibility of provinces. But I'm so glad that that bill does not do this. It is more about collaboration and what we can do to make sure that national eye care and health is important to all Canadians. It's surprising of one of the statistics that I've found out that 75% or 3/4 of Canadians have some type of eye loss or eye impediments, and I'm a prime example. I wear glasses, so it's no surprise that a lot of us over the years, as we get a bit more mature, we actually start having to have eye difficulties. But there's other side of this is the fact that there's a lot of diseases such as macular degeneration. That is a very hard thing to do, that anytime you have a loss of vision, it becomes quite incapacitable for any Canadian. And this is something that I was actually at a conference a couple years ago, and I'm kind of going off topic a little bit, but there was a guest speaker there, and he was a motivational speaker, and he was a thalidomide baby. And he was actually born with no arms. And he said every time he went to a classroom, it was always the first question was, how do you live without having arms? Do you miss them? And he says, well, I never had them, so I never miss them. And that's the same thing with Canadians, is the exact opposite. Most of us are born with healthy eyesight, and we never even take it for granted, or we take it for granted the fact that we have good eyesight, and we never think about every morning that when we wake up, we go, wow, I can see this morning. No one ever thinks that way. It's not until you have a disease or a case of injury where you do lose your eyesight or have an impediment in your eyesight. So this is something that I think it's very important that we bring recognition to this. And not only bring recognition to it, but we also want to make sure that Canadians have a good strategy put in place, that we will make sure that we don't go after any vulnerable or marginalized communities, ensuring that every Canadian, irrespective of their social economic background, has equal and quality eye care, because this is important. Your eyesight is very, very important, and it's something that, believe it or not, statistically, out of all the senses, that is the number one sense that people are most afraid of losing. But yet, like I say, every day we take it for granted. I know my grandfather actually had macular degeneration, and this was quite an interesting story. He always said in wintertime that because he was legally blind, he wasn't fully blind, he could still see out of the corners of his eyes, that being blind and also being hard of hearing at that age, because he was in his early 90s already, makes for a very long day. But yet he was still on a farm there, so his size of his grass that he used to cut in summertime, which he actually looked forward to, he would cut every day. And I says, well, how do you see to cut grass? He goes, well, you know, I can still see out of the corners of my eyes. But he goes, the one thing I figure, if I cut it every day, I cut every piece of grass at least once in a week, because I don't think I'm going to miss 7 days in a row the exact same piece of grass. So this was something that he did to keep his mind active, keep himself making sure he's busy throughout the whole summer. And this was sort of one of the things that he lived for. Unfortunately, he did pass away a number of years ago, but that is so life. But at least he tried to go and live his life as best as he could with his impairment that he had. And that is the big challenge with Canadians, is the fact that when you do have an eye impact, or whether it's disease or injury, is to try to make the best of the situation. Because it's so easy to get down on yourself and say, like, what can I do now? I'm blind, I can't see, I can't do anything. But yet, as we have noticed through many different types of opportunities for Canadians, such as blind service dogs or dogs for the blind, that they can actually lead a functioning life. We know every street corner that there's beepers on everyone to make sure they know when to cross the street and that. So there's many things that we try to do, but the main thing is hoping that Canadians don't have to go through this type of situation by losing their vision. And that is actually a very important thing about this situation, is that we want to make sure Canadians have a great eye care service. Another thing that I also found out is that the studies that are exposed to blue light, now you think of blue light, what is that? Every one of us look at our cell phone at least once or twice a day, computer screens, that this is actually starting to have an impact on our vision. And it's quite a horrible thing that when you start thinking that it could start charging or causing earlier macular degeneration in our children or our young adults and that. And we need to start looking at what kind of opportunities there are that we don't have this kind of things affecting our eyesight. I know myself, these glasses that I have right now, they do have a blue light filter on them, so it's not as hard for me to look at computer screens as much. So they're already starting to use technology in place of how they can offset some of the things that are affecting our eyesight. I have to admit, even growing up, I was one of those people that probably didn't take care of my eyes as well as I could, because being on a farm, it's quite easy to be in dusty conditions, or when you're maybe using a grinder and not using goggles, that you might even get a bit of a grinding file in your eyes. So I've experienced a few horrible situations, and yet you don't think about it and how it could impact on your life later in life. And as with any injury, that's when it seems to materialize the most, is when it gets later in your life, with all the issues that can potentially happen. Now, the thing with vision loss, it isn't just about how it impedes a person's life. It's about their abilities and their mental health and the social integration and productivity that they have. And I talked about how, you can have seeing eye dogs, you can have canes to monitor where you are, but you want to make sure that you don't get to that stage. So that is the one thing about this whole bill, is making sure that we have a structure in place between national and provincial jurisdictions to make sure that Canadians are taken care of as the best they can. Now, I did talk a little bit about how modern technology can help with eyesight, such as the blue light, but there's also having like laser eye surgery. I know the first time I heard about this, I was quite young, and I was thinking, why would anyone want to cut the cornea of their eye to shape it so they don't have to wear glasses? But yet, if you were someone that did wear glasses and you had very thick lenses, that was actually quite liberating for you not to have these heavy pair of glasses on your eyes. So people were always concerned, is scar tissue going to be as strong as the original skin cells themselves? So that's something that I think as time has progressed, it has really materialized into a safe procedure. Another thing is such as cataracts. You wouldn't think about cataracts, like in the past, they would go across your eyes basically like wax paper, and there was not much that can be done. But not only can they reverse that process, they can actually, when they change the lens, can give you back to 20/20 eyesight once again. So there are a lot of technologies there that are helping with the eye research and how it can advance Canadians to make sure that they do not lose their vision. Through technology is one of the biggest things that I'm hoping that we can solve a lot of our problems around the world, but more so with eye care. So that's very important we've brought this forward. In many cases, we can talk about how good technology is, but at the same time, there's always limitations. And one of the limitations that I had learned about was how macular degeneration is there is some new technology that was proposed, and it's still in the final testing phases with Health Canada and how that can be rectified. So I think bureaucratically there's some opportunities that need to be looked at so we can address that. So that is something that we need to start looking forward to, what kind of new technologies are out there that can save our visions. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very good that the member did bring this bill forward, and hopefully then we can actually get a better case of our health care for our eyes, and in the future working collaboratively with our Government of Canada as well as all the provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to speak after everyone else because I'm afraid I'll be repeating things that other people have already said. But that shows that sometimes we can see things the same way, no pun intended. When a bill is tabled in the House of Commons and it has anything to do with health, we have to point out once again that health falls squarely under Quebec and the province's jurisdiction. And Quebec already has a number of eye health programs. My colleague already spoke about this, my colleague from the bloc. But of course, there's still room for improvement. And once again, we have to point out that Ottawa's funding falls far short of needs, and that the agreement reached in March 2023 fell far short of the real needs of the healthcare systems. And of course, I'm talking about the health transfer. So that's a clear sign that that agreement on health transfers wasn't easily reached. Arms were twisted to get to a deal. And it's easy for the government in Ottawa to get its way, given the fiscal imbalance that is still around. So this is a fiscal imbalance between the federal and provincial governments. And this has already been clearly explained by the Bloc in the past. But I'd like to remind everyone of a few facts. The opportunity is too good to pass up. Ottawa provided only 1/6 of the amount requested by the provinces, which was $46.2 billion over 10 years. And in Quebec, 3 ministers pointed out that the funding fell far short of what Quebecers were expecting. We'd also like to point out that the federal government is still withholding Quebec's promised $25 billion, our Quebec's share of the bilateral health agreements. Once again, rather than giving Quebec the money, the federal government is holding back the money in an attempt to impose its priorities. But Quebec knows what to do already. And I'd like to take this opportunity to call on the federal government once again to reach a deal with Quebec that recognizes asymmetrical federalism and respects Quebec's jurisdiction. Coming back to the bill that's before us today, the idea is to raise awareness of eye diseases and their treatment as well as prevention. The BQ voted in favor of this bill at second reading, and we will at third reading as well. A number of amendments were made which make it easier for us to take this position. In its initial version, the bill called for the Canadian strategy to impose clinical practical guidelines on the province. Well, once again, that's the federal government trying to lecture the provinces on how things should be done. But professional orders are what governs professional bodies, and those professional orders come under provincial jurisdiction. And in Quebec, we have our own professional code and the Optometry Act, and there's an order of optometrists that guarantee the quality, practice, and continuing education of their members. So it shouldn't come from the federal government. And the federal government acknowledged this error and removed that from the bill. Then there's an issue about point A of the strategy, because, as I said before, training and guidance do not come under federal jurisdiction. Paragraph A says, identify the training, education, and guidance needs of healthcare practitioners, etc. Yet another attempt by the federal government to encroach on provincial jurisdiction. But be that as it may, since the term identify is not prescriptive, and the bill does contain some good things, like improving the reviewing of drugs and devices related to eye diseases, we'll vote in favor anyway. And I'd like to mention another important part of the bill. In point B, there's talk about promoting research. Quebec, through its universities and hospital network, is actively involved in ophthalmology research. For example, the Vision Health Research Network, which includes the Maisonneuve-Rosemont Hospital and the University of Montreal's Hospital Research Center, as well as 7 Quebec universities. All of these organizations conduct basic, evaluative, and clinical research on eye health. So I'm delighted to know that the strategy will aim to enhance research ecosystems, and Quebec will be able to contribute its talents to tomorrow's advances in eye care. My colleague from Mirabel reminded us that this is important. He quoted some data from 2019, including 1.2 million Canadians suffered from diseases that could lead to vision loss. 4.1% of these people could go blind. And we know that 8 million Canadians suffer from an eye disease that could lead to blindness. But blindness for some of these diseases is preventable. What's more, healthcare costs can run as high as $9.5 billion. And let's not forget the human cost. So here's where I could talk to you again about the importance of increasing the health transfers. But my colleague for Terrebonne did a good job of that, so that's done. The federal government is called upon to play a role in funding research and improving drugs and devices. So this bill, as amended, does better reflect the jurisdiction and better respect Quebec jurisdiction and that of the provinces. I'd like to commend my colleague, the member from Humber River Black Creek, and congratulate her on this bill. We don't talk about eye health enough. It's not a priority, but because people may lose their sight, it should be a priority. So that's a big part of what's relevant about this bill, putting the spotlight on this overlooked aspect of health. And one of the Conservatives earlier talked about how we sit in front of screens for long periods. And in Quebec, there's an expert called Pose Ton Écran, and they explain that the prolonged use of screens can cause dry eyes due to the fact that we blink 5 times less when looking at a screen, can lead to visual fatigue, blurred vision, headaches, hot or itchy eyes, as well as a loss of focus. In the long term, screens can be responsible for causing dry eye, fluctuating vision, photophobia, which is excessive sensitivity to light, and this can cause or aggravate eye coordination problems and lead to myopia. And now let's talk about pollution. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the effect of pollution on eye health. You know how I like to make connections between pollution and health. So a study in 2021 showed that it was a large-scale study to better understand the development of eye disease. And the conclusion was they found that air pollution could have a serious impact on eye health, and more specifically on age-related macular degeneration. The study was published in the British Journal of Ophthalmology. The study was carried out on tens of thousands of people, and it found that increased exposure to air pollution would cause a higher rate of age-related macular degeneration. Air pollution is known to have significant effects on health. So here's another example of the need to reduce carbon dioxide and switch to renewable sources as quickly as possible. The bill also designates February as Age-Related Macular Degeneration Awareness Month, and that's the name of the disease. And we know that as the population ages, the frequency of this disease will increase, so we can even add now that high levels of air pollution will also increase the frequency of this disease. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that if some people are blind to environmental problems and pollution, to the CO2 in the air, the CO2 is very likely to make them blind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
On passe à la...
Okay, we'll go to the right of reply. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to all of my colleagues here today. It's an exciting day for me as the presenter for this bill, and I dedicated this bill from the beginning to my grandmother, who was blind when she passed away, and to my aunt, who had macular degeneration and was blind when she passed away a few weeks ago, and to my mentor, Paul Valente. All suffered from blindness through various diseases. So as we celebrate October as being Vision Month, and it's also Children's Vision Month, I'm honored that I got our bill moved forward this fast and got, even though it seemed like ages to me, but at least it moved forward and it's here at the last hour. And I want to thank my fellow MPs for their support, especially the member for South Okanagan West, Kootenay, and the member for Scarborough North, and the Assistant Deputy Speaker for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. All were very helpful in helping to trade up the system that we work in order to get these moved forward with their additional support. I want to also thank the Honourable Don Boudria, a former colleague that we all know and a good friend to many of us in the House, for his continued support and invaluable advice at each stage of this bill as to how do you get a private member's bill through the system faster rather than the regular system. Thank you to the countless organizations that have been calling for an eye strategy for Canada since 2003, including the Canadian Council of the Blind and Michael Bergeron, Dr. Keith Gordon and Jim Tacos, Fighting Blindness Canada and Dr. Larissa Moniz, CNIB and Thomas Simpson, Canadian Association of Optometrists and Laura Lorin and Francois Coulard, Canadian Ophthalmology Society and Dr. Phil Hooper, and the University of Waterloo, Dr. Stan Wu. There were so many that were very helpful in moving this forward. I think you've heard from many of my colleagues about 1 in 5 Canadians probably have an eye disease, some of them that are unaware of that. And that's a big part of what I want the eye strategy to be, is to raise that awareness of how important your eyes are. There are many children under 18 and over 60, and seniors over 65 that are still not getting eye exams. And by the time they get an eye exam, especially in a senior, they quite possibly have developed glaucoma or retinopathy or many of these other eye diseases. 75% of the eye diseases are preventable. But you have, in order to prevent them, you have to know you have the problem. And we neglect it, all of us, myself included, until it's usually too late. and with being an aging population as well, and the pandemic delayed a lot of people from paying attention to what was happening. So I'm pleased to see that we've gotten this far on the bill. I look forward to working with the Senate as soon as possible. They're very aware that the bill is coming and have been asking when the bill was finally going to get through the House. And I will now turn my time and effort over to working with the Senate to get it through as quickly as possible. Canada has waited for a long time. The vision community has been waiting for years for us to live up to a commitment that not only our government but other governments have made. We've made it to the United Nations as well, that we would have a nice strategy. Well, as a result of the upcoming vote, hopefully this coming Wednesday, we'll get a vote from the House of Commons and move it off to finalize the work in the Senate. So thank you again to all of my colleagues for their encouragement and their support. And I look forward to next Wednesday having this vote here in the House and really moving it forward. So thank you very much to everyone that's here in the House. Thank you.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se...
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Groh, seconded by Mr. Garretson, moved that Bill C-284, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care, be now read a third time and do pass.
Si un député participant en personne...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Like a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
C'est la raison pour laquelle c'est important d'avoir...
That's why it's important to have the number of people speaking. It being 2:16, the House stands adjourned until Monday, October 23rd at 11 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.